the world. You have in Miami, Basel, Venice. But what we realized was that there is no platform where museums can meet, art institutions can meet, and showcase their strength, history, culture, collection, and discuss their issues. So we invited to begin with Indian museums, and when this idea was floated, everybody agreed that there should be a platform like this. So later it was, and last 2023 we had more than 30 countries. This Biennale is focused on Global South, and we invited countries from Africa, Latin America and Asia, because we wanted to showcase their culture, history, artifacts, museums, and then discuss issues that we will do in 2 days, today and tomorrow in seminars, because most of the museums are facing similar issues and similar problems. Problem of autonomy, problem of funding, problem of getting visitors, becoming an engaging art center, culture center, developing as a culture center, because we feel that museum cannot be only a building and collection of artifacts. It has to be much more than that, because people will come once or twice for seeing your building and collection, but if you want to engage people and be relevant to the society, you have to keep on doing activities. So Biennale is one part, and our intention is that Bihar Museum should ultimately become a very, very functional, beautiful art center. So even if, when you will see, most of you have seen museum, who have not seen the museum will see our story, our style is a storytelling. So we have this, it's not like a typically you will see a sculptures at a place and paintings at a place and divided according to time. And so you have the stories, and if you follow that story, then you will know about the history and culture of Bihar and India. And ultimately we wanted to make this museum as an experiential museum. Our emphasis is not that much on education. If people learn something, by enjoying it, seeing it, it's fine. But the focus is on experience. This is a small effort that we are making. We want that there should be more platforms like this, where museums come, meet, art institutions come, meet, and we have got all supports. We have, this time we have Africa, we have Ethiopia, most probably we will get South Africa also. Latin America, we have Mexico, we have Ecuador, Peru, Argentina. Asia, we have Kazakhstan, Indonesia, Sri Lanka. Few more will be added. So we'll keep on changing exhibition, because it's 4.5 months. So there will be 2-3 sets of exhibitions. So there is time. You are welcome, not only in the beginning. Whenever we change our exhibitions, we will invite. Please come, because we will be having different type of exhibition and different type of experiences. I am sure that 2 days seminar will be very fruitful.
Time talking of what we've done, but I'm going to move forward with this year, the 3rd edition of the Bihar Museum Biennale. We had started this in 2021. I want to begin with an appropriate quote for the Global South from a person who I deeply admire, who's the father of the nation, Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi. He said, "Our ability to reach unity in diversity will be the beauty and the test of our civilization." I'm really glad to have the High Commissioner of South Africa, Shri Anil, who also has his origins in Bihar and has come back as a representative of the country of his adoption and will talk and give us stories of this whole journey. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. And I extend a warm and hearty welcome to him. I'm also very, very happy to have my friend Tim Curtis, the director of UNESCO, who's done a lot of work on a particular tribe of the Oceania, which is also part of the Global South. But then he's here in another capacity and is going to be talking of the tangible heritage, intangible heritage of the Global South, because the intangibles are the most important and valuable heritage of the Global South. I'm also delighted to have Shri Sabyasachi Mukherjee, who's been part of the advisory and has been helping us with, ever since we started the first Biennale in 2021. Now, last year, our session was a very interesting one, which was Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one world, one family, where at the Bihar Museum, we did a very, very big exhibition. Naturally, we lead to this seminar called Interrogating Global South Shared Histories. I want to begin by presenting a wider picture of the 2 days, a feast of storytelling, which you are going to get here. When the Director General of the Bihar Museum, Shri Anjani Kumar, asked me to conceive a set of seminars for the 5-month-long Museum Biennale, which is going to be extremely interesting, extremely appropriate in the whole formation of a new world, I thought the opening seminar should reflect and contextualize the exhibitions which are being showcased at the Bihar Museum. What I've done with the seminar, 5 sessions, is that I looked at the exhibition content and then created a set of seminars which would be like a jugalbandi, which would be like a dialogue between the visual image and the thought out image. Now, before I talk of the 5 sessions, I want to introduce the raison d'etre of the entire Global South, the way I look at it, the way I approach it as an author, as a curator, as a writer who's been writing a lot on Indian art and aesthetics. And when you look at Indian art and aesthetics, you look at the wide-reaching global expanse. Sabyasachi will tell you about it. He's doing a big exhibition on the ancients, and you will see how ancient India, I don't want to go back to harking about ancients, but also the huge cross-cultural ties we have with migrations and the diaspora even today. So as an author in particular, as an art historian in particular, I want to tell you what my readings of the Global South are. First and foremost, what is the Global South? It refers to countries which were formerly colonized parts of the world across Africa, Latin America, the Caribbean, parts of Asia and Oceania. They were known as the Third World during the 20th century Cold War, and at times referred to as developing countries. For me, the Global South represents an amalgamation of countries from indigenous and contemporary societies. Its political significance, however, extends beyond geographical groupings. And for the Global South, the new word which is being used, I want to go back to the Bandung Conference of 1955. This was a historic gathering of 29 Asian and African countries, many newly independent, that asserted the political voice of the Global South. Important thing is that today we have more than 130 countries which are part of the Global South. So you can see the new changing global order. It has challenged Western dominance, colonial legacies, and promoted unity, self-determination, and cooperation. And I do not like to use the word developing anymore. The final communique of the Bandung Conference endorsed a posture of non-alignment as the only means for post-colonial notions to ensure independence and security in an unequal global order. These included, amongst others, the sovereign equality of states, their right to political and economic self-determination, and if you see in visual culture, you'll see a lot of work which is happening, liberation from what we say alien and colonial domination or apartheid. This is a restitution for colonization the right of developing countries to preferential economic development, and a just and equitable relationship between the prices of goods exported and imported by developing countries. I have looked at the writings of recent artists, sociologists, writers, activists, diplomats, scholars, strategists, anthropologists, philosophers, curators, and history professors of art and literary critics. I will mention some of them in very brief for you to understand where the conference is coming from. First and foremost, it's Carl Oglesby, who was the American writer and activist of the New Left who coined the word Global South in 1969. He observed that North's dominance over the Global South has converged to produce an intolerable social order. Then I've looked at the works of the French demographer Alfred Savoy in 1952, which included the term First World, which included United States and Western allies, Second World, which composed of Soviet Union and its satellite and Eastern Bloc, and the Third World, consisting of developing and often non-aligned nations. The political formations and institutional developments became associated with the Group of 77, a coalition of post-colonial and developing nations that united in 1964. Today, G77 has expanded to 134 member countries. Over time, the Global South resonated deeply with governments and populations in lower and middle income countries. Countries like Indonesia, India, and Brazil, once considered peripheral, are now wielding substantial economic and political influence. In fact, the term still remains contested. And here I want to take and lean on the writings of the Indian strategist C. Raja Mohan, who, writing in the Journal of Foreign Policy, critiques the term for denying agency to individual countries by treating them as one bloc with fluid boundaries and vague criteria for inclusion. Another international scholar whose work is very relevant is the Chilean diplomat George Hines, who notes countries like the Global South are increasingly asserting themselves on the global scene. There is more scope. These are very important terminologies which are being used consistently in visual arts, and this is diversity, inclusion, and most importantly, multilateral systems. This is the internal diversity within the Global South. Now, these two very important concepts for the Global South in art criticism and scholarship. These are terms like post-colonial, global, and decolonial. The unfortunate thing is that they are often blurring into each other, and when treated together, they can share a shared conflict effort to dismantle Eurocentrism, patriarchy, and nationalist ideologies. These are very important things. The emphasis today is more on the diaspora of cultural hegemony, hybridity, and migrancy. A key reference is that of Anthony Gardner's 2011 essay, which says, "Whither colonialism, post-colonialism." The work of the political activist, American literary critic, Palestinian American literary critic Edward Said is very important by way of Orientalism. The work of the Italian Marxist philosopher Antonio Gramsci, the French historian and philosopher Michel Foucault, these are very important people who showed that Orientalism was not just a set of ideas, but a structured Western framework that defined and dominated the East, particularly North Africa, Middle East, and Asia through monolithic lens. Our very own Homi K. Bhabha introduced the concept of hybridity as a method of subverting colonial power by disavowing its dominance. He proposed the idea of mimicry, describing it as a strategy of reform and control. At the same time, the Peruvian sociologist Aníbal Quijano coined the term coloniality of power to describe how colonial structures of domination continue to shape global hierarchies even after formal colonial rule has ended. I'm now going to enter into the global contemporary art and cross-cultural dialogues which we will have over the next 2 days, which you will also see in the exhibitions which have been put up. I'm so happy that Eva Malhotra is here because I'm going to refer to your work in particular in a few moments from now. A very, very important exhibition happened in the 80s in none other than the heart of Eurocentrism, Paris, in the Pompidou Center, which was known as the Magicien de la Terre. It was curated by the art historian Jean-Hubert Martin, and it absolutely ushered the global and its appetite for a retooled, now fashionable hybridity. It was here that for the first time, one of the indigenous artists of India, Jangar Singh Sham, was shown with contemporary Eurocentric artists, and the beginning of hybridity, decolonization, subversion of a kind of cultural hegemony started. That is why I am very happy that we have an exhibition of masks. That is why I conceived a special seminar called Shamans, Masks and Magic. We will talk about it and I will raise questions about that tomorrow, how masks are mediators. I'm just giving a reference to it. But the American art historian David Joselit argued that the Magicien de la Terre deregulated the primitivist hierarchy, which is so, so important. Now, I want to also bring a very, very important critical writer who I know personally and whose work I've been following, is the anthropologist of Indian origin American Arjun Appadurai, who adopted culturalist perspectives on US-led neoliberal globalization. Another very important American art history professor, Alexander Albero, he did the Potosi Principle, an exhibition that originated in Europe and addressed the colonial exploitation of Latin America. And that is why I'm so happy. Alejandro is here. Welcome, Alejandro. He's here from Argentina, and he's going to be talking about the music of the diaspora, and it's going to be absolutely fascinating. There is another art history professor and author, Sonal Khullar, who examines the writings of the Mexican poet and diplomat Octavio Paz. I'm very happy that is why Mexico is here in a big way. Octavio Paz was a great friend of India. He lived in Delhi. He's written beautifully about Indian art. And I'm really happy that the underexplored axis in a post-colonial discourse will also be discussed. Now, there are two more people who I want to definitely talk about. One is a Canadian Egyptian art historian, Tama El-Sheikh, the American scholar Jennifer Bajok, who focuses on the themes of exile and migration. I also want to tell all of you here that there's going to be a beautiful seminar on migrations in September, and that will talk and address issues of migrations, which are very important, particularly to the Bihari diaspora. There is another important Canadian Palestinian artist, Amanda Boulos. Rashmi, will you show the images? Yes. Now, this is very, very important today for looking at films and photographing, documenting African immigrant networks in France, thus foregrounding questions of belonging and mobility in the transnational frame. These are very, very important issues of the global South, which we need to discuss, migrations being that. These just a quick look for you to have a look. Then, in this shifting curatorial terrain, I want to also just mention, and I can go on and on because I've been researching on this and we are going to bring out a book, the work of Sanjukta Sundarsan. Just you can make a note of it and look at it later because this is not the right time and platform to talk so much about her work. But she writes about plural and contesting ideas of freedom seen from spaces beyond the so-called West. Now, decolonization is a very, very important issue for all of us. And I want to talk about this very beautiful exhibition which has come from the NGMA, and I'm very glad that the Director General of the NGMA, Sanjeev Gautam, is here. There are some beautiful works there. There was a lovely work done by a Japanese artist which is representing the cow there. So very figurative. What I'm interested is the thought which goes behind the tangible works that we see. For instance, the question is, how does an artist move from figurative painting to completely abstract work? And you see the complete abstract work of that lovely artist from Cuba, that war-torn country, which is talking of love. We have to also see that how visual art has much to tell us about the different concepts of freedom which are imagined and entangled in the shadow of 20th century domination. Also, the Global South, we are doing very interesting work. I will show those images tomorrow, which is by Anu Matthews, who's living in Canada. But I'll quickly show you the works of Asha Thadani, who has been working on denotified tribes. Her work is absolutely stunning. And if you look at the Dalits with the Ram Nami Samaj, which is being done, they are absolutely brilliant. They also talk of the tangible and intangible heritage. This is for you, Tim. These are the Dalit coal miners. She has turned them into absolutely stunning, riveting photographs. Next. These are the Joginis of the Dalit caste. These are women carrying stories within themselves and how they posit becoming vessels of cultural hegemony. These works assert the significance of the Global South, modernism as distinct, innovative, and influential in their own right. So this is my readings of the Global South, and this is what my whole thing was about, what my idea behind the book, behind the seminar is. I'm just going to take 5 more minutes to tell you about the 5 sessions which we are having. The Shared History Seminar, which was just to explore and interrogate the important initiative, which raises a set of political questions. Why was there a need to establish or coin the term Global South? Is there a shared history? Or is it civilizational? These are very, very important, very sensitive, very nuanced things. And one thing which emerges from my readings of the different exhibitions that have come in the form of masks, paintings, individual artists, and textiles, that in the next 6 months, we are going to witness a significant wave of artistic practices that show a continuity of tradition within the Global South that holds important, ancient, pre-modern, modern, and contemporary societies. And for that, I would like to draw special attention to Eva Malhotra's work, which is at the Patna Museum, where she invites artists to touch, to feel the haptic, from the Mayan myths to contemporary materiality. It's a wonderful work, very sensitive, and I'm so glad it is part of the exhibition here. I also want to question what kinds of movements have occurred through migrancy. In some cases, there are single migrancy, as the High Commissioner probably will touch on his speech, while in others, a double migrancy. And in today's world, there is also a threefold migrancy. The questions of hybridity are ever present. What kind of hybridities exist? What does the diaspora carry within it? This is what we are going to discuss in the upcoming 5 sessions, which I have conceived and curated, and I seek to engage with and unpack these very questions. The first is, after the lunch break, memory, empathy, and conflict within museums, and we have an expert from India and from Mexico. This session will explore how museums in the Global South carry the weight of memory, history, unresolved conflict. Avni Sethi and Eva Malhotra will engage in questions of curatorial responsibility. Tomorrow, We begin with music as a cross-cultural experience, and we have experts from India, Ethiopia, and Argentina, and Nidish Tyagi will be moderating the session. The next session, the third session, is Mass Shamans, Myths and Symbols, and experts from countries from India, Latin America, and Africa will be present. This session is going to be, in some ways, the heart of the seminar. It will address concerns and issues around shamans, masks, and magic. And then we cannot leave the creative feminine, the feminine gender out at all. And we will talk of gender, sexuality, and material culture. We will have people from India, Sri Lanka, and Mexico again, because Mexico is very close to us in many ways. And this will have Juan Garibe Lopez, Seema Kohli, and Jagat Ravindra. And the final, which is going to be the cherry on the cake, and it's going to be absolutely riveting because it's about built heritage, it is about the tangible, it is architecture, South and Southeast Asia, illuminated through its heritage and mythical legends. Because temples, architecture, these were devalayas. They were our first museums, that's what I believe, our first wonder houses. And this will explore the ancient epics which serve as a cultural language across South and Southeast Asia. I'm very happy that Parul Pandyadar will be coming from Delhi, who's done a lot of work on Southeast Asia and South India. Dr. Agus Vidyatomoko from Sri Lanka, and we already have Professor Dr. Pornat, who's coming from Thailand, welcome, who will be talking of mythology, epic narratives, historical and archaeological perspectives on architecture through India. For the next 2 days, I'm really looking forward to discussing and discovering the concerns of historians, practicing artists, performers, and musicians. And it is for this very reason that I have used the tool of storytelling to unpack the critical and layered issues of gender, race, and identity. What emotions do these countries carry with them? It is very important to understand the rasa. For people who don't know the Indian concept, rasa means the essence, the juice of a civilization. And I have always approached art, material culture, visual culture, and philosophy through rasa. Thank you very much. May I now invite the High Commissioner of South Africa, His Excellency Shri Anil Sooklal, to please come and deliver his keynote. Anil, I think the DG would like to honor you first.
Ah, fine.
So I was trying to think of that we would honor him after the speech, but the Director General feels that he should honor him before. So we are going to honor the High Commissioner from South Africa, who in his very, very busy schedule, he was very difficult to get, but when I got him, it was wonderful. And I'm so happy he's here, and we do want to give him the right honor. In a way, he's coming home.
Done by Bihar artists, you know.
Thank you.
This is jute and this is flower.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. My pronouns to each and every one of you. Director General Anjani Singh Kumar, Dr. Alka Pande, Mr. Tim Curtis. I saw my colleague here, Ambassador of Mexico, other excellencies, dear friends and colleagues. Firstly, let me express my deep appreciation and gratitude, especially to Dr. Alka Pande, who convinced me that I must come here. And I'm very glad I have this privilege and opportunity to be part of this biennale today. More importantly, when she told me that it's taking place in Patna, I said, no, I have to come for various reasons. My roots are here, somewhere here. I'm still trying to find the exact village. That's ongoing archaeological work, if you want to call it that. But more importantly, my own studies and my life before becoming a diplomat when South Africa became a democracy was that of an academic. And the major part of my studies, my first degree was in fine arts, and my first job was an art teacher. And my PhD was in the Gupta dynasty. So it's very rooted in this part of the world. So it's opportune for me to come here. It was in this very part of the world that the last Tirthankara, Mahavir, sent forth the message before anyone else, before Gandhi, of non-violence and of Vasudeva Kutumbakam, that the world is one family and all of life, not just human life, all of life is sacred. And it was from here that Siddhartha became Gautama the Buddha and changed the world dramatically for the better. Before I come to the question of the Global South, which has occupied the major part of my diplomatic life, and I think Alka ji has already outlined the genesis, speaking of the term the Global South, and before that, first, second, and third world. I think it's opportune that we meet here at this time focusing on the Global South. You spoke of Bandung. We marked the 70th anniversary of Bandung in March this year. I was very privileged when we marked the 50th anniversary of Bandung to accompany my president. South Africa, together with Indonesia, co-hosted the 50th anniversary and went to the very hall where the leaders sat in 1955 and put together the 10 guiding principles of Bandung. Again, in 2015, I accompanied my president to celebrate the 60th anniversary of Bandung. Again, in Indonesia, where South Africa was once more the co-chair with Indonesia. When we celebrated the 70th anniversary of Bandung, I was already in Delhi. But I have a long history with the Global South. And before we even speak to the Global South, I think we need to go a few steps back. At the turn of the millennium 1000, over 50% of global GDP was held between India and China. As recently as 1600, China accounted for 29% of global GDP and India 24%. Post-colonialism and the period of imperialism and racism, China and India accounted for around 5% of global GDP. Post the Industrial Revolution, it is the so-called the Global North that dominated the global economic scene. And, of course, the Industrial Revolution lifted the Global North to another level. So in my view, as a historian, what we are experiencing in the current period is an aberration of global history. And what we are seeing, the rise of the Global South being led by China and India, is coming back to what the global order was like for almost 2,000 years. So it's not something that's suddenly appearing out of nowhere. And all of these terminologies that have been coined by political scientists and others in terms of describing the world has always been to marginalize the majority. The Global South makes up 85% of the global population. In fact, the UN estimates that at the turn of this century, 2100, 89% of the global population will be made up of Africa and Asia. So 9 out of 10 people walking this earth will be either Asian or African. That's the reality. If you add to that the population of Latin America, that's even more in terms of what we speak of as the Global South. But of course, this year is not only important because it's the 70th anniversary of Bandung. We mark many other important milestones. We mark the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II. We mark the 80th anniversary of the founding of the United Nations in San Francisco in June 1945. We also mark the 80th anniversary of the founding of UNESCO, transforming from ICIC under the League of Nations to UNESCO. And this very week, on the 6th and 9th of August, we mark the 80th anniversary of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. At the very time when we should be reflecting on the devastation that Hiroshima and Nagasaki brought on the world, we hear of the use of nuclear weapons, so loosely being talked of, to deploy nuclear weapons in the conflict that we have at the present time. And yet, the reason that we have places like museums is to remind us of our history, to revisit our past, the creativity of the civilizations of the past, and the richness they bestowed to human nature, to humanity at large, to give us a window into the mind and thinking and prosperity of past ages, and also to remind us of the devastation that we brought upon ourselves to get rid of some of these civilizations because of domination. It's unfortunate today we live in an age of global hegemony where might is right. That seems to be the mantra of the day today, where you use power to determine the fate of others. Today is also an important day for many in the world. It is a day when tariffs are being imposed and where we have dismantled the global multilateral system. The very architects who met in 1945 to create a rules-based society has today dismantled that rules-based society. The global multilateral system, including the United Nations and its Security Council, is almost in ICU. The WTO, after today, I'm not sure what status the WTO has. And the very harbingers of the United Nations system are today silent as we dismantle this very organization that we set up after the devastation of World War I and II. I want to read to you the preamble of the United Nations Charter that came into force in October 1945 when the majority of countries ratified it. And listen very carefully to what we said, our leaders said. We, the peoples of the United Nations, determined to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, which in our lifetime brought untold suffering to mankind, and to reaffirm faith in the fundamental human rights and in the dignity and worth of the human person, in the equal rights of men and women, and of nations large and small. To this end, we promise to practice tolerance and live together in peace with one another as good neighbors, and to unite our strength to maintain international peace and security. Now, how far away have we moved from this vision of the founding fathers? I'm saying fathers because all were male there, of the United Nations Charter. This charter has been thrown into the wastebasket today. South Africa was part of the 50 nations that gathered in San Francisco. That time it was the Union of South Africa. And General Jan Smuts, the Prime Minister then of the Union of South Africa in 1945, is widely credited as playing a major role in determining the language of the preamble in 1945. 3 years later, General Smuts was party to the institutionalization of apartheid and racism in South Africa. Just 3 years later. So the lip service that we pay in crafting lofty language that seems to guide, supposed to guide us as a united world, as a united family, it is precisely that today. And today we live in this divided world. Now, why the sudden focus on the Global South? The Global South, of course, has its roots in slavery. And as we reflect on the journey of the Global South, we need to also look at the devastation brought by colonialism and slavery on the Global South. Between the 16th and 19th century, over 12 million Africans were forcibly taken from the African continent by European traders to the USA for the economic well-being of those countries. 12 million were transported, but several other million lost their lives en route the transatlantic passage. Those of you that had the opportunity to go to Gorée Island, a UNESCO World Heritage Site in Senegal, or to Elmina Castle in Cape Coast Castle in Ghana. I've been to both. I urge you, if you ever get the opportunity, go and see how we as human beings treated our fellow human beings. It's unbelievable. I think animals were treated much better than human beings. Those cages where they were kept in, before being loaded onto ships, to a journey that they have no idea, changed as animals. Recently, I had the opportunity to visit my Bab Gut in Kolkata, because that is where the indentured Indians were loaded onto ships from northern India, from what was then United Province, part of which Bihar was part of, including my own ancestors. My great-grandparents went as indentured laborers from this part of the world to cut the sugarcane fields in South Africa. Many of them forcibly so. Indentureship started in 1834 because the British Empire was forced in 1834 to abolish slavery. As soon as they abolished slavery, they had to find another form of cheap labor to keep fattening the empire. And what was that cheap labor? In the crown of the British Empire, Indian labor. So thousands were transported, millions, to all parts of the world. Starting with Mauritius, and then the Caribbean countries of Suriname, Guyana, Trinidad, and then to South Africa and to Fiji. Indians were scattered throughout the empire, not by design, by default. And those communities today have risen. Many have become prime ministers, presidents, ministers, leaders of society, leaders of multinationals in those countries. But it was the exploitation of labor again and the treatment. And if you look at the movement of Indians to South Africa in 1860, it happened a few years after the first Indian War of Independence in 1857 year. And most of the villages where you had the uprising, many were taken as political prisoners. And they were loaded onto the ships and sent out as troublemakers. Forcibly so, forcibly so. Very little is known about this history. I'm amazed when I speak to Indians about the history of indenture. Hardly anyone knows this. It is your history as much as it is mine. And I've been saying this openly, that you should not forget your own history. We do not forget it. And we have been lobbying, and that is why this year, at the Pravasi Bharatiya Divas in Odisha, Prime Minister Modi specifically spoke of creating a global Girmitya Center. And I'm very pleased that the Indian government has now taken a decision to house that in the RIS in New Delhi, where he clearly stated we need to document the history of the Girmityas. We need to find the roots and help them discover the roots. We need to create documentaries and research about that part of Indian history. It is very vibrant in the diaspora. Amongst ourselves, we have created our own network and organization to share that history and to build on that and to work together. Because when you speak of the enslavement of people, it is not just enslavement of the body. When these slaves were taken, when the Indian indentured laborers were taken, you destroyed their lifestyle, their culture, their art, their language, their religion. You damaged all of that. You damaged all of that. And yet the very cradle of global civilization, the majority of them, ancient civilization that bequeathed to humanity the richness of the human creative spirit, is located in the global south. Whether it's the ancient cultures of the Norte Chico of Peru, the Olmecs and Aztecs of Mexico, whether it's ancient Indus civilization, the dynasties of China, the ancient civilizations of Southeast Asia, the pharaohs of Egypt, and other parts of the world, with the exception of Greco-Roman civilization. But they coexisted. One of the fascinating things in my study as a scholar of art history was the fusion in Gandharan and Mathuran art of Greco-Roman, Persian, and Indian art forms, coexisting side by side, nourishing each other. During the Gupta dynasty, Fahin came here and took the Buddhist manuscripts back to China, which were then translated into the Chinese language. I visited the Golden Goose Pagoda in Xi'an, at the very place where those manuscripts were translated into the Chinese language and enriched Chinese art, culture, and civilization. You had this cross-fusion. Much is made today about the tension between India and China, and yet for almost 2,000 years they coexisted peacefully. Cultures coexisted and nourished each other. You had cross-pollination of cultures and peoples without war, without war. But what is happening today, we are allowing outside forces to determine the way we conduct relations amongst ourselves. One of the positive things that have happened, we also marked the 50th anniversary of the founding of the G7 this year. It was founded in 1975 as the G6, and 76 Canada joined, and it became the G7. In 1975, the G7 accounted for 70% of global GDP. By 2000, that had dropped to 45%. And today, in terms of PPP GDP, the G7 accounts for 29%, and the BRICS Plus accounts for 36%. So the global south has become a more powerful economic force. But you don't measure the rise of countries and civilizations and nations just by GDP, the economic might, as some are doing today in flexing the muscles to intimidate others into submission. GDP is only one, economic strength is only one marker. Of course, the other is military might that determines the strength of a country, and more recently, its technological might. But equally important and equally powerful is the civilizational might, the cultural might, and the cultural creativity and dynamism of any nation. And I think that is the more enduring measure of the power and influence of any nation in the world today. That you cannot erode. As President Mandela said when they imprisoned him for 27 years, you can destroy my body, but you'll never destroy my mind. That creativity will never perish. And it was that creativity, despite 27 years of imprisonment and confinement, that brought him back to lead us into democracy, but brought him in a state of mind not to punish those that punished him, but to forgive them. And that is why South Africa, one of the first things that Mandela did was to create the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And I'm saying for those of us in the global south, we may have got political emancipation. We may be sovereign, independent countries. But for most of us, our minds are still in the cage of colonialism in the global south. And until we get rid of that mindset that we are not inferior, we are not marginal, that we have been harbingers of culture and civilization, only then will we move forward. I see it in Indian society, I see it in my own country, I see it throughout Africa, that we are still caught in this global colonial mindset. Let us emancipate our minds and realize our dignity and worth as the global South. Then we'll move forward at a faster pace. One of the positive things that have happened in recent times was the creation of the BRICS configuration. I served as BRICS Sherpa of South Africa for 13 years, the longest serving Sherpa in the BRICS family. So I know that history very well. And I was asked at a seminar in Berlin, I think in 2016 or 2017, why did you create the BRICS? So I said, for the very reason you created the G7. For the very reason you created the G7. You thought and saw fit after the global economic oil crisis of the early 70s to come together as the leading economies, even though the second largest economy of that time was the USSR. But it was excluded. The size of the GDP of the USA in 1975, when the G7 was created, was 1.6 trillion. China's economy was 160 billion. Today, China's economy is 19 trillion, the USA 30 trillion. That gap has narrowed. And as I've given you the figures of the G7 and the BRICS, it's all moving in one direction. BRICS will become more powerful and have a larger share of the global economy. That's a given. That's a given. You don't need to be a rocket scientist to see that. The G7 share will continue to diminish. And just this week, Richard Wolff, political scientist from the USA, spoke of the fall of empires. I'm not going to name what he said exactly. But as historians gathering here in the place that preserves our past history, we know very well about empires. Empires do not live for perpetuity. Empires come and they go. We know that as a fact. And those empires that are the global hegemons today are on the decline. That's a given. Go to these countries and you look at the quality of life. When I first came to India, one of the things that struck me, like it was in Africa, was the number of beggars on the street, the number of homeless people, the levels of poverty. Go to some of the Western capitals. I served as South Africa's ambassador to the European Union and lived in Brussels for 6 years. My first posting was in Geneva to the UN, our embassy there for 3 years. So I've lived substantial time of my life in the global north. So I understand the global north, as I understand the global south, because I'm part of that. And this is the reality that we must all accept. Now the difference is, why are those that occupy the high table so reluctant to give space to those countries that are rising and rightfully should be given a space? Why are we struggling to reform the global multilateral institutions? So much so that countries are actually pulling out. Unfortunate that countries pull out of UNESCO, pull out of the World Health Organization and other UN bodies. Because what we need to do is reform these bodies to make it more representative of the reality of today, to strengthen them for the benefit of all of humanity, because that is why we created the United Nations system. That is why we created a multilateral global architecture. Now I want to read to you an interview given by Jeffrey Sachs. I'm sure all of you know Jeffrey Sachs very well, the Columbian University head of the Sustainable Development Center there. And this was an interview he gave on Monday to the South China Post. In response to a question on the future of the world order, this is what he said. Firstly, we have to create a truly multilateral world. For that, we need a United Nations 2.0. We need an upgraded international system in which all the major powers agree to invest in the international rule of law and peaceful resolution of conflicts. This will require an upgrade of the United Nations Security Council and the UN institutions more generally. I'd love to see China and India working together closely at the UN, including towards India's seat in the UN Security Council. I'd like China to support the African Union to play a much larger role in global governance. You've done that during your chairship of the G20 presidency when you brought the African Union as a full member. It took 18 summits to bring African Union into the G20. But the EU was sitting at the table in 2008 at the very first G20 summit. Why not Africa? We had to wait for 18 summits and lobbying from India and others to bring us on the table. Because in your mind, Africa is inferior. I will come back to that just now when I speak of the Africa Museum in Brussels. I'd like to see China, Japan, and Korea end the geopolitical divisions and form a strong alliance in Northeast Asia. Most importantly, in this scenario, the USA and Europe accept the rising role of China, India, and the rest of the non-Western world. A second scenario is that the Western world hunkers down, it goes protectionist, and the US tries to divide the world into camps. That's already happening. This is perhaps the likely US strategy, but I think it is significantly worse for the US and the rest of the world than the first scenario. I think the US absolutely should abandon the idea of building competing camps. The third scenario is that we don't have a global system at all, but rather increasing chaos from climate change, wars, and geopolitical conflicts. This dire scenario is a real possibility. I think we're already straddling 2 and 3 in terms of what Jeffrey Sachs describes. Any of these 3 trajectories is possible. We should be aiming for the first. The United States and Europe should take a deep breath, sigh, and welcome the non-Western world into a shared global leadership. The major powers, the US, Europe, Russia, China, India, should agree to prevent confrontations. Idealistic perhaps, but aspirational at the first time. And I think despite, as Lawrence Wong, the Prime Minister of Singapore, recently stated, the era of economic globalization is over. We live in very uncertain, unsettled times. I gave a lecture in 2019 at a think tank in South Africa, and I said this decade of the 20s will be characterized by 3 C's. I didn't know, I'm not a fortune teller, so I didn't know about the 5th C that would happen a year later called COVID. But what I said, that the world will have greater cooperation. You can't undo globalization. We live in a global village. We need each other. We'll have greater competition because you have new players on the field, like you are seeing China competing with Western powers in terms of goods and services, in terms of other products. You'll see greater contestation. And lastly, I said you'll see greater conflict in this decade. And maybe I'm a bit of a fortune teller because all 4 we see before us at the present time. And we live, as Lawrence Wong also states, we live in a world of uncertainty. It's like waking up my first winter in Delhi. When you get up in the morning and you open the curtains, you can't see anything. It's so clouded. And that's the world we live in at the moment. It's very difficult to see what direction we're going in. But those of us committed to the very ideals that the founding fathers of the United Nations Charter, the purpose and principles of the Charter, enshrined in 1945. And we are still wedded to those principles of creating one world. When we were chairing BRICS in 2023, there was a great deal of criticism about the expansion of BRICS. I oversaw and chaired that process of expansion. And there was a great deal of anxiety amongst the European ambassadors. We have 22 European embassies in Pretoria. And more than once they came to me for a briefing. What is happening? Why are you expanding BRICS? And one could sense the anxiety. And where does this anxiety come from? It reminds me so much of apartheid South Africa. And I say apartheid South Africa is a microcosm of what is happening in the macrocosm that the world is today. During the dying days of apartheid, the white apartheid regime was very, very scared what is going to happen to them as a minority when you have black rule. Large number of them packed up and left the countries. Even the international community, many in the international community. Of course, after all, Margaret Thatcher famously referred to Nelson Mandela as the leader of a terrorist organization. That's on record. You can go and Google it. Ronald Reagan supported him in that. They refused to impose sanctions. The very first country to impose sanctions on the apartheid regime was India in 1946. You took our challenge of dismantling the apartheid regime to the United Nations. You were the first country to do that. Go and look up this history if you're not aware of it. And you were the first country that imposed economic sanctions in 1946 and thereafter followed it with comprehensive sanctions. Even UNESCO, South Africa pulled out of UNESCO in 1955 because they said you are interfering in the political affairs, domestic affairs of the country. Rightfully so, you did that. Of course, in 1994, we became a full member of UNESCO again. We were suspended from the United Nations in 1974, and that's because of global pressure. We became a member again in 1994 when we became a free democratic country. So what I'm saying, colleagues, as the Global South rises, we need to look and introspect amongst ourselves some of the fault lines that still exist in the Global South amongst ourselves. And Bandung is a good reflection point. After 70 years, the visionaries like Nehru, Nasser, Kwame Nkrumah, Sukarno, who first and foremost saw the benefit of working as a collective, not as individuals. All of us faced challenges as newly independent countries. But what we saw is the need for Africa and Asia to come together. And later on, Latin America became part of that in 1961 when the non-aligned movement was formed. But we are in a difficult space at the present time. But this moment will pass. This moment will pass. I am confident about that. As I said, the BRICS was not created as a counterweight to anything. It was not. It was created as a voice of the Global South because you did not have a collective voice of the Global South to speak collectively. Each of us were doing so, as South Africa, as Brazil, as China, as India. But we recognized that if the five fingers come together, it's a powerful fist. And it has more greater influence. And that is what we have shown. And BRICS is not about revenge. It's not about putting those in the knot down. What we are saying, let's create a more equitable, just, fair, rules-based international order. Doesn't matter the size of your GDP, the size of your geography, the color of your skin, your creed, your caste, whatever it may be. As the Indians say, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, in Africa we say Ubuntu, the world is one family. The United Nations Charter alludes to that. But it's not going to come overnight. Because those that have power, like the apartheid regime, thought they could cling to power forever. But that was a fallacy. Those that are the global hegemons today will ultimately be relegated to the margins if you don't want to be part of the evolving multipolar world order. Never again will we see a unipolar world order. Gone are those days that Iran could stand up and repel the attack upon them recently. 20 years ago, you would have flattened Iran. You would have flattened Iran. The world has changed. Power dynamics has changed. And those of us that have been subjugated and on the margins of society are no longer prepared to sit on the margins of society. On the contrary, it is a global South that will be at the forefront in shaping the new global order. It's happening already. And out of that, we all benefit because the creative spirit, you're seeing it already. You spoke of the proliferation of arts and culture from the global South countries. You see it in Africa. I see it in my own country, the vibrancy. Because one of the things that colonialism and slavery did is rob us of our intellectual property. When we were in Brussels, we lived in an area called Tervuren. There you have the Africa Museum. If any of you visit Brussels, I urge you to go to the Africa Museum. When I visited the Africa Museum for the first time, I was horrified that in this day and age you can have an exhibition showing how Africa was enslaved. The white colonial masters of Belgium, in 1884, 1885, Otto von Bismarck brought 14 countries together, not one African. They decided the borders of Africa and which colonial power will rule which part of Africa. Belgium was given the Congo. South Africa was given to the British as many others. So 5 or 6 colonial powers decided amongst themselves, we'll be the rulers of Africa. By 1914, with the exception of 2 countries, the whole of Africa was colonized. Africa today is a country of 1.5 billion people, but our share of global production is 2%. We are the richest continent in terms of natural resources. There's a second scramble for Africa because of critical minerals. And yet we're the poorest. Much of the wars that you see in Africa today, the border wars, is because they are one people that have been divided into different countries. So in this museum, Africans are depicted in black in the sculpture. The whites are in gold. And Africans are small, subjugated at the feet of the white masters, still today. And the caption there is, Belgium saves Africa. Go to that museum today, and I find it reprehensible. But as recently as 2000, the director of this museum conducted a survey among the Belgians. 90% of Belgians responded that colonialism was good. 90% in 2000. Recently, in 2020, that survey was repeated. It's fallen to 35%. But this day and age, 35% of Belgians believe that colonialism was good. It shows how far we still have to go. How far we still have to go. In the case of South Africa, Sarah Baartman, you may know the story of Sarah Baartman. It was not just our artifacts, that our manuscripts that were taken. I think you all know this. Shashi Tharoor very famously said, if you ever go to London, please visit the museum. They call it museum, we call it Chor Bazaar. Right? But some 90% of African artifacts today are housed in Western museums. That's the reality. And they don't want to return them. This issue of return of artifacts has become a point of contention. It's become politicized. Who are the owners of these? How did they end up there? So Sarah Baartman was an indigenous African from the Eastern Cape in South Africa. The Dutch referred to her as Hottentots. Of course, they had names for all of us, right? Those were Hottentots, derogatory term. Indians were called coolies. I remember when I was growing up, we were openly referred to as coolies. Coloureds, the so-called mixed race in South Africa, were called Bushmen. That's how they referred to us. Just recently, during my years at high school, that this term was widely used. So Sarah Baartman's husband was killed by the Dutch, and she was made a wet nurse in the house of one of the Dutch settlers. But they were fascinated by her physiology. She was very voluptuously built. And then they started carrying out experiments on her. She was paraded. And then she was taken to London. And in London, she was exhibited in a cage. This is all history, you can read it. Exhibited in a cage, naked, and paraded at the parties of wealthy individuals in London. There was even a legal challenge by those that felt offended by this. But that legal case was won by those that owned Sarah Baartman because they had a 5-year agreement she signed. Well, perhaps a thumbprint. Even paraded in Ireland. Then in 1910, she was taken to France. For several months at the Palais Royal, she was paraded there naked. When she passed away in 1915 at the age of 26, her brains, her genitalia, and a skeleton was put on permanent display right up to 1974 at a museum in Paris. When Mandela became president, one of the first things he did was to ask for the repatriation of her remains. And her body was brought back, her remains were brought back to South Africa in 2002, and in the Eastern Cape there's a monument to her. As a symbol of human trafficking, of exploitation of women, sexual exploitation, and violence against women. So when you speak of the global South, much of our history has not been written about, it's been lost in pages, and I urge you, if we don't know our history, we don't know our identity. As much as I'm trying to find my roots here, My roots are African. I'm very fortunate. I traverse two cultures. I'm born and raised in Africa, and I'm African in every sense of the word. But at the same time, I also have a cultural heritage, a spiritual heritage that is rooted in this part of the world. They coexist in perfect harmony within my being. I don't have any conflict on that, nor should we. That we are not the global south, we're part of the global community. So this term global south is, again, I have never seen any challenge on the term global north. Has anyone asked, where did this term global north come from, right? You pointed out the term that Oglesby popularized. But I have still to read who brought this term global north to the fore, and why is it not challenged? So this north, south, east, west, anyway, we live in an age of multi-alignment. You have seen it with the Quad, you've seen it with the IPEF, and you'll increasingly see it so, because the north and west, north and south, we all need each other. We can only build a harmonious, rules-based international order together. The North can't do it by themselves, nor can we do it as Africans or as the global South. We have to work together. And there are countries in the global North that are starting to realize this and wanting to have greater partnerships and cooperation with us. So we have to have a new United Nations system. There's no replacement for the UN. There is no replacement. But it has to be a restructured, as Jeffrey says, United Nations 2.0. That is the future. Multilateralism is the future. These unilateral tariffs will have a limited lifespan and always will hurt those that are the architects of it, not those that it's intended for. It will have some initial pain. We are being hit with 30% tariff. We are a small developing country in South Africa. But as of today, we are hit with 30% tariffs, and it may be even more. We don't know. Depends when the person gets up and what he dreams, what percentage. But I'm saying that we have to work together as the global South to preserve our history, to build on our history and this glorious culture that we bequeathed to humanity. All of these ancient civilizations are not dead civilizations. They are inspiration and harbingers of our past and our future. Thank you for having me, and thank you for this privilege.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. I am a little bit overwhelmed, and I'm taking a moment to catch my breath. What a soul-stirring, heart-wrenching speech. You made us sit up, think, sensitively portrayed, brought out so many civilizational concepts which need to be rethought, reimagined, and reset. The ideas that you have said of international histories, multilateralism, are very, very important. Actually, I've called the seminar, there's been a misprint, I've actually called it Interrogating the Global South with a big question mark, because this, for me too, is a heavily contested space. The North, the South, as you rightly said, nobody questions the North, but the South is very much questioned. You talked of truth and reconciliation, very important. In 2001, I did a big seminar on truth and reconciliation when Okwi Enwizoa was the director of the Documenta 11. Mahmoud Mamdani opened the session. In fact, his son today, hopefully, is going to create waves in New York. Sarat Maharaj, who's from South Africa, I'm sure you know him. They're also working on very important concepts of the Girmitiyas, which are very, very important and need to be worked. Professor Shahid Amin has done a wonderful book on thumbprints and indigo planters of Champaran. So thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. Thank you so much for bringing alive the painful histories which we must confront. I'm sorry, I was so busy welcoming him that I forgot to mention a little bit of his background, which is so important for us to know. that Professor Sooklal did his BA in Oriental History and Religious Studies in the University of Durban. He did his honors cum laude from the Oriental and Religious Histories Institute, his DPhil in Religious Studies, MA in Religious Studies, PhD in Oriental History. So therefore, the title professor is very right, more than High Commissioner for me. And in addition to his academic qualifications, Professor Sooklal holds a diploma in fine art, a certificate in human rights from the United Nations Center for Human Rights in Geneva, and a certificate in international trade and investment promotion obtained from the International Trade Institute of Singapore. Along with that, what is also important for all of us to understand is that before, as he also said, he was a teacher of art, that before he joined the government in 1995, Professor Sooklal followed an academic career, having lectured positions in the University of KwaZulu-Natal, University of South Africa, and during Professor Sooklal's academic career, he participated in a lot of international academic conferences and national academic conferences. He is widely published, widely recognized, and widely conferred with many honors. I'm not going to read the whole biodata, it runs into many pages, but it will be available in the book. Now it gives me great pleasure and also to thank you for being convinced to come here to Patna and, bring alive the histories, the shared histories that we have. It takes me a moment to now, you have a hard act to follow, Tim, after this, but I'm sure you'll do a great job as well. I'm inviting my friend Tim Curtis, who's come all the way with some stitches in his arm. He had a little accident yesterday, and I'm so grateful that you still came. He's going to be talking on UNESCO's Convention on Intangible Cultural Heritage, broadening the global concept of cultural heritage. Tim Curtis is the director and representative of the UNESCO New Delhi Regional Office for South Asia. He assumed the position of the director of UNESCO in Delhi on the 2nd of October, being Gandhi's birthday in 2023. And he is also covering Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal, Maldives, and Sri Lanka. Prior to his appointment, he served since January 2016 as the Secretary of UNESCO's 2003 Convention for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage, overseeing both the statutory and operational dimensions of UNESCO's global program for living heritage. He has been working in the field of culture and sustainable development in diverse international contexts for over 25 years, of which 20 have been with UNESCO. He served as a UNESCO program specialist for culture in East Africa as well as Southeast Asia from 2004 until 2016. And prior to his work with UNESCO, he was involved in advocacy and academic work, received a PhD in cultural anthropology from the Research School of Pacific and Asian Studies at the Australian National University, for which he did extensive ethnographic research among the Nahai, I hope I've pronounced that right, speakers of Malakula, Republic of Vanuatu. So welcome, Tim, and I welcome you to the Bihar Museum, and we are looking forward to your presentation.
Just use this, or can I use this? Yeah, okay, thanks. Good morning, everyone. Shri, Anjani, Kumar, Singh, Director General of the museum, Bihar Museum, and Dr. Alka Pande, of course, who is the academic director and editor for this third Bihar Museum Biennale. Professor Anil Sooklal, High Commissioner of South Africa to India, Excellencies, ambassadors present in the room, and distinguished artists, cultural practitioners, scholars, friends, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor and a pleasure for me to be here today to give you a talk about the work UNESCO has been doing on this concept we've called intangible cultural heritage, or we call more and more often living heritage. I must say, I have to start by acknowledging, indeed, it's going to be a tough act to follow. I think that was a very engaging and profound talk we just heard. So I think it made me reflect. And I'll start by saying, sometimes ICU might not be such a bad place. If you've been smoking 20 cigarettes a day for 15 years and you end up in ICU, it might be the opportunity to change. And I think, at least us working today in the multilateral system, we do see opportunities. It's tough. In UNESCO, we've had countries walk in and out before. It's not the first time. And in fact, if I may refer to what His Excellency said in 1955, the particular program that caused then apartheid South Africa to leave the organization was, under the work of the anthropologist Claude Lévi-Strauss, UNESCO launched a global program debunking scientific theories of racism, using science to show, to reveal, if you will, the pseudoscience behind racism. And that was enough for the apartheid regime to say, you're interfering in our internal matters, and we no longer want to be part of the organization. But of course, South Africa is back now. And then in the 1980s, UNESCO was advocating that each country should have its own communications and information systems, media. A couple of countries decided that was also unacceptable and left the organization. Until 2003, they came back. Then in 2011, UNESCO member states decided unanimously to recognize Palestine as a full member of UNESCO, which also caused a couple of other member states to leave, one of which came back 2 years ago and has just announced a departure again officially for pursuing the Sustainable Development Goal agenda, which is not compatible with the values of that particular state. Never mind that the Sustainable Development Goal agenda has been adopted and embraced by all countries for 15 years. So I would say ICU is perhaps an overstretch of a term, but there is challenges, but there are opportunities in those challenges, and it's very important that we keep focused and we keep moving. Because no matter what, whether it's this institution or that institution, multilateralism, I think as His Excellency said, is not an option. Multilateralism will have to happen and will continue to happen in one form or another. And so I'm going to talk a little bit today about UNESCO, as you know, is the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, and culture being perhaps one of its flagship programs, at least for which the general public knows it the most. So I'm going to give a bit of background and talk about one specific instrument, which I think speaks nicely to the theme of the Global South, and also to the role of museums and other cultural entities in the Global South. So that's the first reason. The second reason I'm going to speak about this convention is I happened to have been the secretary of the convention for the last 8 years before I came here. So it's the easiest one for me to speak about because it's the one I know quite well. But it's also one, I think, one of the interesting conventions we've done. So here is a history, if you will, of the UNESCO conventions in the field of culture. And it starts in 1954 with what we call the Hague Convention, a long title, you can read it yourself, which is essentially, and had a second protocol in 1999, which is essentially a convention regulating the destruction or prohibiting the destruction of cultural heritage in times of war. So certain sites are then to be marked with what we call the blue shield, and that they are off limits even in times of war. So I like to say it starts by the concept of don't destroy it. Cultural heritage is important, don't destroy it. This convention has become recalled a lot recently again because of the conflicts going on. And we are still now, again, it went a bit dormant for a while, it's becoming more active. In recent years, they have also created, the members of the convention have created a list of enhanced protection sites. Because we have since then the World Heritage List, there are also sites now being recognized on this list. However, the point of the convention is not to have this or that list recognized at the international community, but to make sure that sites marked with the blue shield during times of conflict are considered no-go areas. Then about 16 years go by, and then in 1970, there's the second convention in UNESCO, and I like to call this one the Don't Steal It Convention, which is the convention on the means of prohibiting and preventing illicit import, export, and transfer and ownership of cultural property. And I think what's interesting to say here, this is for the cultural trafficking, illicit trafficking of cultural objects, but, and I think linking to the past talk, it was deliberately made not to be retroactive, so it would not open up the discussions on a return of property that was looted during colonial periods. So this is not a convention that can be used for the kinds of discussions we were hearing earlier, where countries are now demanding, and rightfully so, that certain cultural objects be returned. There are frameworks in UNESCO where those discussions happen. They don't happen directly under this convention. And then 2 years later, probably the most famous convention, which is the World Heritage Convention, technically called the 1972 Convention concerning the protection of the world cultural and natural heritage. So here we go from don't destroy it, don't steal it, to protect it. And the idea here is that there are certain sites of what we call outstanding universal value. There are certain sites in the world that are of value to the whole of humanity. And it was triggered by a development project in Egypt, the Aswan Dam, where a dam was being built which was going to flood this very rich archaeological site, and there was a massive mobilization of the international community to move some of the heritage out and protect it, and yet allow the development project to go ahead. But it triggered the idea that there are cultural heritage sites and natural sites that are of value beyond that country itself and of universal value, outstanding universal value. Then there was a lull until the early 2000s. There was a convention, lesser known, 2001, on the protection of underwater cultural heritage. That convention took a long time to negotiate because it's a convention dealing mainly with shipwrecks, with heritage that is in international waters, which had no protection at all, and which is subject to a lot of treasure hunting. I won't talk about it, but essentially it says that any site, underwater site, or shipwrecks is most of them, for outside of national economic zone, territorial waters, should be protected, but it does not establish ownership. And again, there's a long history with the colonial experience. Why? Because if you have a Spanish ship off the coast of Mexico, whose ship is it? Whose history is that? And so on. So these debates went on and on, but it's quite a technical convention to protect it, and mainly to protect it from treasure hunters and treasure hunting. Because shipwrecks are actually, for archaeologists, sort of jackpots, actually objects, because ships were transporting from one place to another and carrying things, and very rich in archaeological significance, and objects actually conserve better underwater than on Earth. The problem becomes when you bring them up, then they have to be treated. So the privileges in situ conservation. But then we come to 2003 and 2005. The 2003 convention is the one I'm going to talk about, which is the Convention for the Safeguarding of Intangible Cultural Heritage. And to me, what I find exciting is this is really a convention that explodes the concept of what is cultural heritage. Cultural heritage in this convention, and I'll talk about it a bit, is no longer buildings, it's no longer objects, it's no longer sites. It is the practices we as human beings around the world, the many, many different ways we understand the knowledge, the skills, the practices we transmit from generation to generation, and which in many ways define who we are. And it recognizes, after many debates, because there was an imbalance in the World Heritage List, and the World Heritage List was geared towards forts, castles, stone, and that was very much a European heritage with a big imbalance on the European side in the list. And many countries were saying that is not our way of understanding our cultural heritage. Our cultural heritage is in our songs, our dances, our ceremonies, our rituals, and so on. So this was a long process of, since the 80s, went for about 2 decades and resulted under the leadership of the Japanese Director General and was financially supported by Japan. And Japan had, in fact, integrated this concept into their own laws in the 1950s, into their own cultural heritage laws. And then finally, so that's the concept of culture is living, it is community, and that's what I'm going to talk about today. 2 years later, another convention called the Protection and Promotion of the Diversity of Cultural Expressions. And this is really a convention which protects the right, if you will, of states to have sovereign cultural policies, and meaning to subsidize cultural industries. That cultural industries are not just trade objects like any others, but they reflect a country's identity and a people's identity. So those are the three. So let me come now. So what we see is the concept of culture changes through that period. And by the 2000s, the debates are within a much broader idea of what is culture. So the purpose of the 2003 convention is to safeguard intangible cultural heritage. We do call it more and more living heritage, and I'll explain why a little bit, to ensure the respect for the communities, groups, and individuals concerned of the cultural heritage of the communities. And this is very important because here cultural heritage is moving from a institutional or state ownership to a community ownership. It is communities who, through the ages, have created and recreated and transmitted intangible cultural heritage or living heritage, rather than institutions and rather than states. To raise awareness about its importance and as well as to provide a framework for international cooperation and assistance for its safeguarding. And here you have the Garba. That was last year. India inscribed a Garba of Gujarat as intangible cultural heritage. So what is it? This is a definition of the convention. I won't need to read it all out. It's but just to point out that it is also the objects and instruments associated. So you might have tangible objects considered intangible heritage, but why is it still called living or intangible heritage? Because the conservation or the safeguarding, and we call it safeguarding, is not to just conserve the object, but it is the knowledge of making the object, the meaning of the object, the use of the object. So rather than just have an instrument that you might protect, an ancient instrument, what you're trying to safeguard is how to make it, how to play it, how to use it, what the songs are. That's the intangible aspect of it. Transmitted from generation to generation, but constantly recreated by communities and groups in response to their environment. That is why in intangible cultural heritage, we don't talk too much about conservation. We talk about safeguarding, meaning the point of living heritage is that it is living and that it, that it is constantly it constantly evolves in relation to the history of each generation and the experience of history. So we're trying to get away from freezing it. There's no point having a dance form or a music form that's frozen, that's just the same and never changing, because it loses its meaning. So that's why we talk about safeguarding and so on. So that's, oops, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to turn this off. Maybe you can put that, yeah. So the convention recognizes 5 domains: oral traditions and expressions, and we were hearing earlier about the importance of stories, performing arts, social practices, knowledge and practices concerning the nature and the universe, and traditional craftsmanship. But in fact, what we've found as we've expanded on this is these are very rarely discrete domains, that almost all forms of intangible cultural heritage will have both craftsmanship, storytelling, knowledge of nature and the universe. So this was what, as happens with these treaties, everybody thinks it should be like that, and then reality comes along and shows you that it's a lot more complex, it's a lot more nuanced. So we don't pay too much attention now to these domains except to flag them. And for instance, one that's not there that's become incredibly popular is culinary traditions, and how the food we eat defines who we are as communities and so on. So by safeguarding, I explained a little bit earlier that it's the knowledge, it's what we call the viability of the heritage that we're looking to protect. And really what's also emerged, this is the definition of the convention, much more than research or all of these other preservation, protection, it is transmission, intergenerational transmission, which is the key to safeguarding intangible cultural heritage. And I like to say, if young people are interested, you know that your intangible cultural heritage is going to be okay. They might transform it a bit. They might change it a bit. When I was working in Tanzania, there was a big hoo-ha because they have this fantastic Swahili tradition of Swahili poetry, and young Tanzanians were doing rap music with Swahili poetry. And some of the older, more established, well, this is terrible, this is not good. And I was trying to say, no, this is why Swahili poetry will continue, because they are adapting it to their context and they are learning the poetry and learning the traditions. So I think that's the way to approach this living heritage. And that, to me, is a sign, and to many of the experts who work on it, that it is viable, that it is real, that it has meaning to the next generation. And that is, I've become more and more convinced after a couple of decades of working on that, that is the key to safeguarding these kinds of traditions. Doesn't mean you all have to do rap, it just means that that dynamism is important. So this convention has been incredibly popular and probably one of the most fastly ratified UN conventions. We now have 185 state parties, which is a massive amount for an international treaty. We have 264 non-governmental organizations that are accredited to the convention, so there's a big civil society participation, and facilitators, a number of chairs, university chairs, and UNESCO centers. So I can say this, that when I joined UNESCO, in fact, it was when this convention was first being elaborated, and I was finishing up my world in anthropology. I'd been working on what I didn't know at the time was actually intangible cultural heritage, working in Vanuatu, where, again, this is an interesting concept. At the time, Vanuatu got independence rather late, in 1980, and at that stage decided they didn't want foreign researchers coming in anymore, because there was a concept that cultural knowledge is something that has ownership, copyright over it, and that researchers were just documenting this knowledge and sharing it with everybody without making the proper attributions to the traditional owners and so on. So that lasted about 15 years, and then in the mid-90s, we were the first batch of foreign researchers allowed back. And that involved us making, and we were working closely with the national institutions to making sure we were training people to do research and making sure all the research we were doing was deposited with the community. So there was a whole set of guidelines. It was quite a fascinating experience. So by 5 years later, when I met somebody at UNESCO said, we're doing this, I said, what is intangible cultural heritage? And it was very clear that that was exactly what we'd been doing, that it was the idea of community ownership and leadership of this safeguarding with a view to safeguarding. So that's how it started. And the convention has 3 lists and a register. And this pie chart to me is a little bit of a failure of the convention. I'll explain why. The first list is the 667 elements are the representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity, whereas the 81 elements is the intangible cultural heritage in need of urgent safeguarding, and the 40 are the register of good safeguarding practices. And I'll get into this a little bit, but basically, There are criteria for getting on the list, and the main criteria for World Heritage is this outstanding universal value. And it became apparent with intangible cultural heritage that it is meaningless, really, to try to define an outstanding universal value. Not only is it meaningless, but you start getting into comparisons. Is this food way better than that food way? Is this song, does it have more value than that song, or this dance, or this ritual, or this ceremony? And so the criteria became the community's involvement and the community's recognition of that heritage as part of its core identity and cultural continuity. So it's a self-referential value rather than a comparative value, which is the case for the World Heritage. But of course, UNESCO is an intergovernmental organization, and there's states, and with great respect to all the ambassadors here, have games they play. And there is competition, okay? And states sometimes, better or for worse, relate to communities in different ways, and they want prestige. So the list of the representative list came to be seen like UNESCO's World Heritage List, the prestige list. And it has favored an inscription towards that list for the sake of prestige, which has good things to it, but may not serve the real purpose of the convention in the way of safeguarding those most endangered and those most vulnerable intangible cultural heritage, which is the list in need of urgent safeguarding. So when the convention was drafted, that was the list that was supposed to be the most important list, the list in need of urgent safeguarding, because the idea was to mobilize the international community to safeguard intangible cultural heritage that was in need of urgent safeguarding. But history played out otherwise, and it's become a more celebratory convention, with the representative list being by far the most popular list among states. At the moment, these are the elements, the data on the elements: 118 African, 90, 281 for Asia Pacific, still Europe and North America still dominating, and I'll talk about this is interesting. And then Latin America and the Caribbean with 106. The convention also has this system of multinational elements, because when it comes to intangible cultural heritage, what we find is, again, most World Heritage sites are either in the territory of a country or not. We have a few exceptions. We've seen in Thailand, exception on a World Heritage site with Cambodia. We know part of the, in the Middle East, in Palestine, Israel and Palestine, there are sites that are contested. So there are sites on borders that are contested, but by and large, it's either in a country or not. When it comes to living heritage, it's very often that you find a practice that exists in multiple countries with a variation. And this can cause also sometimes tensions and also opportunities for collective action. So there's a lot of what we have 97 elements like that are scattered across different countries. Some of them scattered across the world. Henna is one. I think India is about to join the file on henna, because India has a tradition of henna, but of course it started with the Middle East countries. Falconry. Traditional falconry is recognized by UNESCO, ranging from Scotland through the Middle East, Mongolia, all the way to Korea. And they've all got together for a kind of heritage that's shared. But sometimes it causes tensions. And in those cases, the states have the possibility of listing separately. And again, so we don't get into the exclusive. So it doesn't touch on ownership. And the point here is the convention does not establish ownership, and it doesn't go to origin. And this is a difficult point, because it's called living heritage because it must be the heritage of a community practicing it today. And when people get upset about origin, the answer I often give is, if you think about religion, can you say you're not a Buddhist if you're not born here in Bodh Gaya or in Lumbini? Can you say nobody can be a Muslim if they're not born in the Mecca, or nobody can be a Christian if they're not born in Jerusalem? No, culture, it shows this diffusion that has happened over the centuries. And I find this a very interesting thing, and it echoes with the kind of economic things we heard earlier about how the world economy was actually 50% in this region and then shrunk and then expanded. And I would say through what we see of all the heritage, the living expressions of culture that we call living heritage amongst communities around the world, that there is a constant flow historically, that you will find traces here of that culture there and this culture there, and that they have been exchanged throughout the centuries. And I think, to me, one of the things about this convention is it brings it up. It also offers interesting opportunities for cultural diplomacy. So we were able once to get the two Koreas to do a joint nomination. That was a massive achievement. But they also have about 5 elements that are pretty much the same, but listed separately in UNESCO. So there are interesting opportunities there. So as I said, the convention emphasizes the role of community. It moves away the expertise from institutions, including universities, academics, and museums, and puts it in the hands of practitioners. So if there is a dispute about the definition of an intangible cultural heritage in the context of the convention, between a researcher, between a ministry, and between those who practice it, the convention privileges the voice of those who practice it. And this was, in a way, the only way. I think it makes a lot of sense, because these expressions have existed well before UNESCO came along, or well before anybody. They have been handed through communities from generation to generation. So the criteria now when looking at the inscription, there is, it's like the World Heritage. There's states must submit the file, there's an evaluation body which is balanced from different regions of the world that reads it, that then evaluates the file and then sends it to an intergovernmental committee of 24 states who decide to inscribe or not. But a lot of this validation now, unlike the World Heritage, where they will look at comparative analysis of this and certain legislative law, here they will be looking for communities' consent, participation in the nomination file, the transmission mechanisms that it has set up, as well as the decision making. And so it's not really trying to say this is better than that. It's trying to say this is a valid form of living heritage that this community identifies as central to its cultural continuity. Now I'm going to show you, so just in this idea of the connectedness, this is a bit old, this film. We developed a tool that you can see, and I'll give you the website, which goes through each of the environments. I'll just let you watch this. This was done in 2017 for the Committee in Mauritius.
Intangible cultural heritage takes infinite forms. It is a source of human creativity and cultural diversity. Living heritage brings human beings and communities closer together. The 2003 convention aims at safeguarding this heritage and ensuring its continuous transmission. In 10 years, UNESCO listed almost 500 intangible cultural heritage elements. But how do we grasp the diversity of these elements? How are the cultural practices of communities across more than 100 countries connected? UNESCO mapped them all against 1,000 concepts and invites you to dive into intangible cultural heritage. How does living heritage relate to nature? And what about you? What about your heritage? Keep it lively
So this was a presentation of a constellation we have on our website, and the idea of presenting it rather than a list is to show how this kind of living heritage actually reverberates far beyond the domain of heritage. It links people to their environments, it links them to these concepts, to the use of resources. So this is an interactive tool you can find on our website to look at it. If you're interested, I would say it will give you all the details of every element that's listed, but it will show their interaction and their interconnectedness. And since this was in 2017, we've done it, for instance, in relation to the Sustainable Development Goals. How does traditional knowledge systems contribute to water security, to clean air, to all of the different things that we have in the Sustainable Development, gender equality, and so on. So I think the idea here is to show that that culture in this sense is much broader than just a heritage. It is a focus of heritage, but it impacts everything we do. And it impacts this kind of culture. This approach to understanding culture in this sense goes quite wide. And the convention there is there to sort of show that. And I think, again, so we have been working now much more on living heritage and sustainable development, working on some things about the economic dimensions of intangible cultural heritage safeguarding. I mean, here in India, it's the only country I know where we have a Ministry of Textiles, which is fascinating from a heritage point, but also incredibly interesting from the economic point. And then you go to the history. We were hearing earlier about the history of suppression of economic activities. India was the center. And the Brits had to ban Indian textiles in order to keep their own cotton factories going in the 18th century and the 19th century. So there's a whole history there. That's one example that fits nicely, but that a lot of these elements are disappearing because they're no longer economically viable, or the livelihoods are being threatened. So there's a close link between safeguarding these kinds of craftsmanship and economic dimensions. We've also been working a lot on living heritage in emergencies as well as living heritage in climate change. We did a lot of research, for instance, with Syrians who were displaced about 10 years ago in Lebanon. For people who are pushed out of their countries against their will, or not only their countries, but from their homes, this becomes incredibly important. And we found that a lot of people were really turning to it as a source of resilience, that keeping this connection to their culture becomes incredibly important. And I think, so we're now trying to work with humanitarian agencies to also incorporate some of these dimensions in those forced displacement situations. And finally, then the climate change as well, traditional knowledge systems, how climate change is impacting the ability to practice living heritage, but also how living heritage often encapsulates very localized knowledge that may be climate adaptive, that may offer possibilities for adapting to climate mitigation. And finally, intangible cultural heritage in urban context, and I think this is a very important concept issue in this part of the world, and in many, in particularly in the global south, we're going to call it. I'm Australian, so when we say Southeast Asia, it's to the northwest, you know. So global south, I'll just say the concept, but the rural to urban migration is going at very high rates, and one of the definitions of the region is rapid rural to urban migration, and people are coming in from rural areas into cities, and with that, they're bringing their cultures. But also we've found that a lot of people who are going from rural areas are working in cities, earning money, and going back home to do ceremonies, to do weddings, to do big festivals. In China, it's New Year's. Everyone goes back home. They bring money back to the rural areas, and they reinvest in the rural areas. So culture there provides this kind of platform for connecting the rural to the urban, as well as creating new ways of living in the cities where people want to practice certain ceremonies. What does that mean for urban planning? Should urban planning integrate that? Should urban planning understand? And we worked in Colombia. Colombia had a system where they've started integrating into their zoning the concept of intangible cultural heritage. People need to play music. People have, you know, even marketplaces can be expressions of intangible cultural heritage. So it's trying to get urban planners, city municipalities to understand that this is part of urban living, it is part of human living, and that city planning and district zoning should take this concept as well as the monuments or sites into consideration. So that's where that kind of work is going. So I think, and then education, I talked about transmission, so we've been doing a lot of work of trying to bring it in, and I'd like to say this about it. There's too much out there to teach it through schools. It shouldn't be taught through schools, but the fact that it is absent in schools devalues it. So all it needs to be is just, because many children are going still, unfortunately, to schooling systems that are alienating them from their own cultural contexts. And I've seen this in different parts of the world, and what their elders know is not being repeated in schools, and that sends a message that it has no value. So just by creating some circularity or interaction between the school and the communities, and many times teachers come from another part of the country, they don't speak the language, they don't understand that particular thing. So we've been doing programs to get them to document, to understand. Doesn't mean every kid is going to become a master craftsman or practitioner, but it does give that exposure and that interest. Just like doing sports doesn't mean everyone becomes a professional athlete, but it creates a respect and an understanding of it. So this is a very important side to the safeguarding. Recently, just last year, 2 years ago, the member states of UNESCO decided to create an international day. That's something that happens a lot in the UN system. So there's now an International Day for Intangible Cultural Heritage on the 17th of October. Last year was the first one. But this year, there's a special thing happening here in India, is that the 20th session of the committee will be held for the first time in India. So from the 8th of December to the 13th of December this year in New Delhi, the committee meeting will happen in India. There will be a number of new inscriptions, discussions, decisions made. Last year it was held in, the World Heritage was held in Delhi, and this year Intangible Cultural Heritage will be held in Delhi. So those of you who are interested and might want to understand more and see how it works, I'd invite you to go. There's lots of side events. Experts will come from around the world. Countries will be there. It's quite a big event, and that'll be held in Delhi. So I think that was my talk. I think the reason I wanted to present this is to really say that, for me, this is not a small thing, that it is broadening the concept of cultural heritage beyond just buildings and objects to understanding that it is ways of living and being, and that we really do have to find ways to not just tolerate, but to celebrate all of those different ways. And this is one of the things we've been trying to do, and I think it's been a big success, this program in UNESCO, and it can be seen by the number of states that have ratified. Many countries, of course, are now adopting their own systems within their country. Fantastic. There's never going to be a one-size-fits-all from the UN system for this, but just a kind of encouragement and a framework for it to go ahead. So with that, I think I'll end my talk, and thank you very much.
Yes, please stay here. Well, Tim, it was a hard act to follow, but I must say you have come out with flying colors. While the High Commissioner spoke from the heart, you brought the mind in, so it dovetailed beautifully with the intangible heritage. Certain important things you said, like knowledge systems, transmissions, safeguarding, living traditions, global south, were very important, and thank you so much. And now we will take one intangible heritage common collection. From the cassava bread, we go to the litti chokha of Bihar, and we'll all proceed to lunch and enjoy the living heritage of Bihar. Thank you.
Thank you. That was, I learned so much. I learned so much. It was wonderful. I now, I have a, no, I have a good understanding of it. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, wonderful. Yeah, sure. I'm sure. He came from Pande Department of
No, thank you so much. It was a fantastic talk. Yeah, no, I felt this.
Which part of Australia?
So, my dad was also
I did some of my diplomatic training at Germany. And Geneva. Yes, I spent 6 weeks there.
but I never made it to Cape Town. I want to go to Cape Town.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Sure. Yes, I will come. UP, or what is now UP? Well, at that time it was one state. Good, Tim. All the best to you. Take care. We will. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, that's right. Oh, after this. How are you? What's your name? Giranda. Yes.
द्वारा डायल किया गया नंबर अभी व्यस्त है। कृपया कुछ समय पश्चात प्रयास करें। The number you have dialed is currently busy. Please try later.
जो फोल्डर है ना ये वाला,
ये
नहीं ये वाला खोलो, ये तो आप लोगों का ही है।
ये
हाँ ये वाला, इसमें ये एम्पैथी सेशन लिखा है ना, खोलो इसको। दो पीडीएफ है, एक ये अवनी, एक का नाम अवनी और ये दूसरा एवा मल्होत्रा।
इन सबसे पहले किनका, अवनी का है?
क्या चीज़?
अभी दो जिनका शुरू किनका है?
हाँ ये इन्हीं दो लोगों का है। दो उसमें दो पैनलिस्ट हैं, दो लोग हैं। डॉक्टर पांडे मॉडरेट करेंगे। उसमें जो आपकी एक स्लाइड अभी आपने चलाई थी, आप एक बार अपने वाली स्लाइड फोल्डर पे जाइए। हाँ इन लोगों का सेशन है। वैसे तो यही लगाए रखना, जब वो बोलेंगे अपने, जब मैम बोलेंगे कि आपने जो भी काम करें बात करें 20 मिनट की, जो भी वो बात करेंगे, तो जिसका भी नाम लेंगी ना, जब अगर अवनी का नाम लिया तो अवनी वाली चला, बंद करो, अवनी लिखा है इस पर, अवनी वाली चला देंगे, ठीक है?
ये पीडीएफ है आपका?
हाँ ये पीडीएफ है, बस शो करना है वो। और टिकर उन्हीं को दे देंगे जो मेन बंदी है ना, मैं उसको पूछ लूँगी वैसे कि आप ही को टिकट दे देंगे, यू कैन गो थ्रू द स्लाइड्स। वो बोलते बोलते खुद ही बोल लेंगे ना, कि वो समझाएंगे तो। और ये दूसरी है ये इनकी दो स्लाइड वाली ही है बस।
अच्छा।
हाँ तो इनकी मोस्टली ये अपने आप ही बात करती है, जैसे काम के पीछे ही है, 2 पन्ने की स्लाइड है। अगर बोलेगी तो लगा देंगे, ठीक है? अभी तो यही है। और म्यूज़िक जो शाम का सेशन है 4:30 वाला, उन्होंने वैसे भेजा नहीं, ये वाला मेरे को नहीं पता उसका कहाँ है क्रेडिट, उनको शायद फ़ोटो नहीं मिलेगी। अगर वो आएंगे तो हफ्ते जाके दे देंगे चलाने।
Hello, 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 hello. Audio, audio. ऑडियो चेक कर लीजिए. जल्दी कीजिए ना. ऑडियो पहले कीजिए ना, बाद में सब कीजिएगा. हेलो, हेलो, हेलो. उसके जस्ट नीचे होगा. हेलो चेक. हेलो, हेलो. बिहार म्यूजियम बिनाले. हेलो, हेलो, हेलो. हेलो चेक. ओके. डन, डन. ओके. हेलो.
इधर ये देख नहीं रहा है सुन यार, तुम देखो सेव करके अंदर है तो देखना, अंदर में वही है यार, वही है अंदर में, ये देखो ग्रैंड बेटर नट
पॉइंटर हुआ यहाँ का? हेलो,
Good afternoon. After the very soul-stirring morning session on what it is to keep a civilizational memory alive, and also how do we sustain a living heritage, and what does a living heritage do to the coming generations. I think that is a beautiful beginning of the two-day seminar. Particularly, it reflects all the exhibitions at the Bihar Museum, which have come from different countries of Latin America, Africa, Oceania, and East Asia. The second seminar today is based on memory, empathy, conflict within museums. I'd like to invite both our speakers, Avni Sethi and Eva Malhotra, and request the Director General to welcome them with the traditional intangible heritage of Bihar with a beautiful hand-done bouquet. Eva? Avni, come. This is a session which talks of many things which are also being represented in what we are calling the very contested region of the Global South. It's memory, empathy, conflict within museums. The idea behind the session is to explore how museums in the Global South carry the weight of memory, history, and unresolved conflict. Even today, there are many conflicts which are unresolved, many conflicts which need attention, and both Avni and Eva will engage with questions of curatorial responsibility, cultural memory, civilizational memory, and ethics of representation. The objects in museums, particularly in the museums of Africa, museums of Latin America, museums in India, which are coming up, are not passive spaces. Museums themselves are undergoing a great amount of change. They speak, they testify, and they resist. Through the lens of India and Mexico, we look at the museum as a site of power. This museum itself, you will see, is really a museum which is of a civilizational history, of a civilizational memory. Today, we are not using words like archaeological museums, wonder houses. We are not using art historical museums with AI and other things. Of course, it's experience. But the most important aspect today, and if you read the writings of contemporary historians, whether it's Audrey Tushke, whether it's people like Jeffrey Sachs, anybody you talk, they're talking of a civilizational memory, and that is very, very important. And when we look at civilizational memory, we also look at emotions, we look at struggle, and we look at empathy. Empathy becomes a curatorial method and a conflict to a doorway of deeper engagements with our past. But before we start the session, I also want to tell you that the session will be for about 50 minutes. Both the people on the panel, the artist and the museum creator, will show a bit of their work so that all of you will understand. We open it to the house. Then we have a tea break for half an hour. And at 4:30, we come back to a very, very dynamic session on music as a cross-cultural tool. Now, Avni Sethi, let me introduce you to her, and she will also introduce you through her work. She was born in Ahmedabad. She explores cultures of violence, memory, space, and body. She conceptualized and designed Conflictorium. The name itself explains it to you. It's a museum of conflict. Ahmedabad and Raipur, and the Mehnat Manzil, Museum of Work, Ahmedabad. She served as artistic director of the Conflictorium from 2013 to 2023. Avni has written and spoken extensively on the role of small museums as spaces for social justice and importance of care-based ecosystems. Trained in various dance idioms, she draws on syncretic faith traditions and contested narratives in her performance, exploring the relationship between intimate audiences and performing body. She is currently nurturing Ordo Performance Collaboratory, a space for performance-based experimentation. Sethi was an artist in residence at Simati Institute of Art and Society at Yogyakarta and a visiting fellow at the Cesar Foundation, Tokyo. She received the Jane Lombard Prize for Art and Social Justice from the Vera List Center for Art and Politics, New York. The body, as you know, has always played a very important role in all cultures. And in India in particular, we begin with the concept of Sharira. Sharira, which becomes a site of a lot of representation. And one of the key people who explored this was an artist and dancer, Chandralekha. So I just want to tell you that how, and earlier this morning, you heard about Sarah, whose body was used literally as a body of consumption and commodification, and a very, very sad, distressing look at sexuality and gender. Eva Malhotra comes from Mexico, and let me compliment you on your lovely poncho that you're wearing, Eva, and maybe you can tell us a little bit about the intangible heritage, the embroidery that you are wearing when you start your presentation. She's a Mexican visual artist whose work is in the Patna Museum, and for all of you who've not been to the Patna Museum, I would request you to go see the Patna Museum, see her two large works. I had shown that in my presentation in the morning. So you'll be able to actually understand the tactile quality of her work. She's a visual artist residing in California, whose sculptural paintings carving into multicolored layers of acrylic paint. Malhotra has had several solo exhibitions within the past 4 years, including one called Call to the Mystic. It comprises of 8 monumental pieces in Gallery G in Bangalore, India, Murmelos in the Museums of Autonomous University of Chile in Santiago and in Talca, Chile, Call to the Mystic in the Sridharani Gallery in New Delhi, and she participated in the Triennale too. Of course, there's a whole lot of other things, but I think those things can be read on her biodata. We'll just start with the presentations. May I request one of you to start? Once we've had both the presentations, I will then come there and pose just 1 or 2 questions before we open it to the house. The audience is a very, very well-informed audience. Many of them are curators, writers, artists, and I think it is time that we really have more of an interactive session. So if you both start with your presentation, I will just ask you a question each, and then we open it up. Yeah? Thank you.
Well, first of all, we have to adjust this for a midget, right? I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me? Very good. Okay, so you want to know about my huipil? We don't call these ponchos in Mexico. This comes from southern Mexico, and it's not an embroidery. It's actually a weaving with a loom that is basically tied to a woman's waist, and then they actually weave the entire thing. Let me just tell you that I was born in northern Mexico, right on the border, in a place called Mexicali, which the ambassador can attest to is the hottest place on earth. He thought that Kuwait was cool in comparison. So I come from that part of Mexico, which borders the United States. And I am the child of an American father and a Mexican mother, but I was born in Mexico. And my father adored Mexico, and he loved Spanish. We only spoke Spanish at home, and I didn't learn English until I was about 10 years old. One of the things that is very important to my life is the fact that from the very beginning, I acquired a lot of knowledge when I was very tiny about our ancestral history. And because of that, I attribute my self-confidence and my love of Mexico and ancient cultures to that introduction to our ancestral heritage, which is Mexico. Mexico is a lot like India. It has a lot of different, very old civilizations, the Olmec, the Toltec, the Maya, the Aztec, the Mixtec. You may have heard or not have heard of some of these, but these are very, very, very ancient cultures. And the pieces that I made called Call to the Mystic, and I showed in Delhi in March, and again I showed it in Bangalore, and I have two pieces here, are part of a series called Call to the Mystic, and it is inspired by the ancient Maya culture from the southern part of Mexico and Central America. The Maya civilization was a great civilization, which in fact continues to exist today. They continue to practice many of the same kinds of rituals. They were incredible astronomers. They followed the astral bodies with observatories, just like Indians. I know that you have observatories that are very old here. And because of their knowledge of those movements of the astral bodies, including the astral bodies in the galaxy, in the universe, they developed over 20 different calendars. So when you hear about the Aztec calendar, well, that's just one. And that's from a different culture altogether. The Aztecs are much more recent. They were the ones who were there when Mexico was conquered by the Spaniards, colonized, just like India was colonized by the English. The Mayas were much older than that, much, much, much older than that. They were great mathematicians and great builders, great architects. So when I knew I was going to show in India 3 years ago, I decided, well, what would connect my work with that of India? Well, India is known in the West as a very spiritual and mystical place. So I then went to our Maya culture, our Maya civilization, which obviously was seeking that connection with something bigger, with the cosmos. And I created the Call to the Mystic series, 2 of which are being shown here at the Patna Museum. And what I want you to know is that the way I started working with, the way I work is I layer many, many different colors of acrylic paint until I get a nice thickness. And once I get a good thickness, and I know that because I try carving as I layer more and more colors and seeing how it works. And when I get that kind of effect where I can see different colors coming out from the carving, then I begin the carving of the works. I don't make a sketch first. I have no idea what the piece is going to look like. I work totally organically, in kind of the same way that I think. I'm not a composer, but I think musicians probably work the same way. They may have a couple notes that they start with that they like, and build on that and keep on playing with it and experimenting until they finish the entire song or music that they are composing. Well, I do the same thing with my artwork. I start by making some lines and perhaps coming up with a little design that I like, and I follow that for a while, and then I decide that I want to experiment some more. But through the process, what happens is that what I'm doing is I'm scraping away all that is excessive and digging out memories, digging out experiences. And not all of these experiences are happy. Many of them are sad. They're wounds, old wounds. And I go with it. And I incorporate it into my artwork. And when are you having problems with the sound? No. Okay, because I do want to.
To see if we can show more images of your work.
Okay.
Just trying that.
Yes.
Because, yeah, this is what.
This is called To the Mystic series. And so as I'm working along, I'm making all these lines and creating volumes, creating rhythm, creating balance, harmony, creating movement. All of these are formal, aesthetic choices that I'm making all along, as all artists do. But at the same time, I'm exploring those feelings that are coming out. It's as if I was scraping away old scars. And I continue until I feel like I have explored that enough, and then it takes me to a different place. So I keep on exploring, I keep on moving with it. And I know that I'm done when I look at the piece and I feel passionate about it. When I know I'm totally in love with every centimeter of that piece is when I'm finished. And I love to touch my work as I'm working. I mean, I love to touch what I have already carved. It gives me a connection with it that it's very hard for me to explain in words, but that I would like the viewers to also experience. Because I have seen other people, I have had many experiences where people will come to my exhibitions and they don't want to come in. They say, no, I don't understand art. I don't know anything about art. They're scared, they're intimidated. And I tell them, I don't want you to understand it. I don't want you to analyze it. I want you to relate to it. I want you to listen to it the way you listen to a song of a bird. You don't analyze that. You feel it. You experience it. So I insist that they come in, and I take their hand and I put it on my artwork, and I say, please put your whole hand on it. Feel it. And it just breaks that barrier, that ice that was keeping them away. And I am so happy because all of a sudden, I see their whole countenance alter, change. They're so moved by the experience that sometimes they tell me, I feel goosebumps. And I'm so rewarded and gratified by that. And I know that what they're doing, what's happening, is that they are also experiencing something that moves them, that maybe at the moment they don't know how to interpret, but it must be something there in their subconscious that they can relate to. And I think it's memories, hidden memories, that maybe later on they will process. And perhaps if it's a painful experience, they can even reconcile with. I think that is what art does. But it does it best when the place where it's being exhibited will encourage that experience, more submersive, personal experience with the artwork. And I think that's what museums and galleries can do. It can activate the experience, it can activate the space, the framework for people to come in and really have a personal one-on-one engagement with the pieces. And that is something that makes the experience memorable and will bring back people to the museum or to the gallery because they have a memorable experience. They have something that they have not forgotten and that they would like to re-experience in perhaps a different context. If we don't allow that, what happens? The piece falls asleep on the wall. And what happens is that, in a sense, the space where it's being shown, the museum, becomes a mausoleum for the art. It becomes a place where it goes to die. And it doesn't have the power that it had for the artist when the artist made it. And I think that it's an important element that should be really pushed and encouraged. So when you come to see my work, I really want you to embrace it, every single piece, not just one, because some of them are going to feel jealous if you don't do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva, for taking us into a piece of art which can be placed within and which will be placed and probably is placed within a museum. I'm now going to request Avni to come into a very different space. What is nice is this whole sessions and seminars have actually been thread in the Indian system of a musical device called the Raga Malika. So she has done one raga, one interlude of music, and now I'm requesting Avni to present her interlude of music. She will be the other thread of the Raga Malika. Avni.
Well, it feels quite apt to come and start speaking after Rag Malika, and it feels like it could be from Shringar to Bhibats, but I'm going to try otherwise. I have a couple of submissions to make for this conversation, but I'll very quickly tell you about the Conflictorium and then fly away a little bit from there. I asked the internet this morning saying, what is the Conflictorium? And it told me all of that, and I was trying to see whether it's accurate or not, but the bits that were interesting to see on what the internet had to tell me was that it missed out on the bit that it's a non-collecting museum. It does not have artifact, and therefore we have a strange relationship with artifacts as a museum. The Conflictorium was set up in Ahmedabad in 2013, and it's been running since. We did set up a couple of other museums after as a part of the Conflictorium's practice. So another one was set up in Ahmedabad itself, which was a museum of work, called Mehnat Manzil, and then the third in Raipur, Chhattisgarh. And consequently, a couple of other community-based organizations, some in Ahmedabad, one in Surendranagar, Patari. And all of these sort of impulses really came with the belief that the museum is actually quite fundamental in how we understand ourselves as a society. And what if museums weren't large, intimidating spaces and could be extensions of how we live? But because I really came to the museum at a time when decolonization as an idea was in such a frenzy, you know, first the International Art Circuit was producing new programming, there were game labs happening, there were exhibitions and music concerts, lots of new publication, collateral. There were new South-South solidarities being formed. I'm really talking about the last decade and all the things that we were part of and we were talking about so much. And we were really trying to build an understanding and a relationship with what does decolonization really mean in our context. So one of the things that we did realize is that we cannot talk about decolonization actually without talking about coloniality in the first place. And that coloniality had really taken center stage in new ways in the last 2 years, even more so, with a genocide panning out in front of our eyes, while a world really looked in agreement. And while decolonization has been concerned with a number of paradigms, you know, repatriation, subalternity, representation, restitution, appropriation, epistemicide, post-colonialism, immigration, each spoken with a kind of capitalization. The one site that I happen to be embroiled in happens to be the museum, perchance completely. And I wonder if I can claim that this is a South Asian perspective or an anxiety of the Indian Ocean anxiety, maybe. History in this moment is becoming such a faint paradigm, easily intersecting with area studies departments at the academy, Africa studies, South Asia studies, Middle Eastern studies, of course, but it's pliant on ideological mass majoritarian channels of information exchange as well. We are seeing rampant retelling of history. On the one hand, the newer history is being imagined and described. Mythical evidence of routes and bridges are being built and propagated to serve often hyper-nationalism and religious communitarian divisiveness, while on the other hand, genocides are being broadcasted in real time. What I see is deniable, so the claim goes. The age of post-truth, if it occurred at all, is transformed into denialism or even erasure. And this is really the context in which the conflictorium came about. I was looking up, and through these years, the last decade, I've been thinking of what a museum really is, right? And of course, the ICOM has come up with a definition. In 2022, they revised their definition. But I was also looking at the definition that they did not choose. And they didn't, I'm going to read the one that they did not actually go with after much deliberation in Kyoto. The one that they did not choose is this: museums are democratizing inclusive and polyphonic spaces for critical dialogue about the pasts and the futures, acknowledging and addressing the conflicts and challenges of the present. They hold artifacts and specimens in trust for society, safeguard diverse memories for future generations, and guarantee equal rights and equal access to heritage for all people. Museums are not for profit. They are participatory and transparent and work in active partnership with and for diverse communities to collect, preserve, research, interpret, exhibit, and enhance understandings of the world, aiming to contribute to highlighted human dignity, social justice, global equality, and planetary well-being. in this kind of clumsy, often completely unnecessary exercise of producing definitions, one is compelled to commit to a paradigm. No? Either this or that, rarely ever in between. What I am actually going to make a proposition for now is maybe a manifesto for the future of the museum, as it is a reflection of the past on the institutions that have recorded history and disseminated it through language and representation. Both these methods, language and representation, have unfortunately been exclusive, really very seldom emancipatory, and very rarely transformative. It is needless to say that the that the museum has been a colonial enterprise in its approach, scale, and affect. But its trajectory within what we want to now call the post-colonial has been no different either. If at all, a restoration of some kind of an internal colonialism that shaped even more vehemently how nationness would transpire in a homogeneous national imagination. And with that, I am going to make really my first submission, which is to think of artifacts, especially as a museum who has resisted being being built through the artifact or the object, of thinking of artifacts with two sides. One is its intentionability, but also its receptionability. An object comes into being either as a result of pure chance or happenstance or of intention. We usually call those objects or objective constructs artifacts that are product of human intention. It may be defined as an object made by human beings. The word artifact shares a similar etymology with the word artifice or artificial, and of course art. All these words refer to the mark of human intent, effort, and skill, distinguishing these from a product of pure nature, pure chance. And I'm going to show you a couple of pictures of the exhibitions at the Conflictorium in Ahmedabad through this presentation. What you're seeing now is an exhibition called Microsubversion's Playbook, and the artist on display is someone called Ra Naqvi. They were a young student at NID at that point of time, and now I think live in Amsterdam. However, there is a class of objects that may have occurred out of chance or evolution, but in whom humans find a significance that is loaded with a narrative such as a myth. It is arguable that such objects also deserve to be called artifacts, as they have been inhabited by and invested with human intent or signification. The artifact may also be viewed through the lens of the contrapositive to the idea of intention, that of reception. The process of meaning making is influenced often by external factors. In fact, Bakhtin wrote, "No natural phenomena has meaning, only signs have meaning." The signs, symbols, and norms of our experience are primarily mediated by our narratives. These same narratives not only catalyze comprehension of the artifact itself, but also may define the artifact and its position in the social. In terms of an equation, because we love that, one might propose that artifact is equal to object plus intent, and also artifact is equal to object plus narrative. Without these, it may be hard, if not impossible, altogether to distinguish an artifact from an object. My second proposition today is this journey that we were trying to discover even very strongly at the Conflictorium, because very often people said, okay, but you're talking about conflict, what do you have at the museum? What are you showing? And so really from journeying from objecthood to artifactness, an artifact becomes in its journey. It is either created or afforded value, a certain transformation occurs while an object becomes an artifact. For example, a tree exists as an element in nature and therefore is an object. But when the same tree is interacted with in the social realm, it gains value. By virtue of this value addition or social engagement, the tree becomes a symbol. The symbol, further placed in context, could inform the viewer of historical, social, cultural, often economic patterns surrounding the set symbol. One may propose that there is a continuous interplay between objects and artifacts depending on the ebb and flow of manifest intentionality or signification invested in or discernible in objects. I want to make some common observations within the Indian subcontinent that history is so plentiful around us that it is often devalued in the context of the shocking lack of, actually, regard and care for historically rich monuments. In this case, the prospective artifact either also can be stripped off its signification and diminished to the status of a mere object, or one person's artifact may well be another's object, and vice versa. To just catalog the countless instances where this occurs, particularly leading to confrontation and violence, would be instructive. Similarly, to look for examples where artifacts are returning to their unsignified object state might also be highly educative. Hence, the reverse of the claim is also true, that artifacts may shed value and resign to being mere objects. These days we see a lot of that around us. My third proposition of the 5 is to think of artifact as performative. So deriving from the previous equation, that artifact is an object inhabited and invested in by humans in terms of significance, it is evident that artifacts are narrative devices, in some cases, narratives in themselves. A question that arises is whether narrative resides exclusively within the human being, or can it exist outside of it? Like the philosophical question, if a tree falls, but no one hears it, did it actually fall at all? Not only can artifacts be narratives, they are also performative. Their function as accessories to human performance is well established, but in cases like stone idols, spewing milk, or planetary bodies coming into and going out of alignment with each other, they actually become endowed with an autonomy and an intentionality of their own. They become performing entities, often performing deities as well. These performing entities largely operate in the public domain, either as a manifestation of the self or as a manifestation of the other. Artifacts have the innate ability to append cultural characteristics on the people and community that use them or from where their meaning is generated. This is an inside scoop. It is often heard in civil society discourse these days that public space or the public realm is shrinking. This is, we speak in this language very often, maybe rightly so. One can argue that this is not a shrinkage, but actually a negotiation of an alternative public-private space, where the web of social and technological relations facilitates materialization of identities through a wider range of artifacts infinitely without necessarily identifying the viewer as distinctive at all. The artifact now exists without an external reference, almost assuming an absolute state, hence more arbitrary. My fourth submission is that stereotypes are held within artifacts. And maybe this is a reason why we have not made friends with the artifact at the conflictorium yet. Human beings are compulsive seekers of patterns. This makes for efficiency given the immense variety of stimuli and input we receive from environments moment by moment and the stress that is placed on cognitive systems over emotional systems of learning, whether sorted consciously and systematically or unconsciously and intuitively. Pattern spotting is one of the mechanisms by which we simplify, make sense of, and deal with the world. When reduced to a few concepts, life arguably becomes pretty simple. Our strategies of pattern seeking are efficient and logical in hindsight. Metaphors stem from comparisons or matching two discrete patterns, and stereotypes emerge as metaphors that endure for a long time. Cliches are those stereotypes then that when moved from an unconscious to a more reflexive and conscious plane, whose rigor and accuracy is suspected of having degenerated into laziness or sloppiness. I remember a historian was visiting us at the Conflictorium, and they said that, oh, you seem to be only working with artists at the museum. And isn't it fashionable these days for artists to say, we work with the archive? And as a historian, I feel very uncomfortable that what is seemingly back-breaking work is suddenly available for artists. What do you have to say about that? So there continues to be this kind of difficult relationships that historians and artists seem to be forming. I love historians, by the way. The process of generating an artifact may be preceded by another process, that of creating a stereotype through which the value for the object may be defined. Stereotyping becomes a trigger for the practice of categorizing identities and creating personas. We are particularly getting good at this point of time. The danger of creating black and white binaries exists and shifts stereotypes into cliches, and hence also creating artifacts symbolic of discrimination. I'm going to skip to close to the end, which is really my last proposition, which is the possibility of the artifact to be both the container and what is contained. While significance may help an anonymous object turn into an artifact, at the purely physical and material level, this is achieved through its staging and framing. And this is really where the practice of the Conflictorium comes into conversation, really as a device of that space that can frame and as a space that uses its galleries really as a framing device. When a purely natural object is detached from its original or natural context, it at once assumes significance. The ever-present illustration is a roadside rock versus a roadside rock with a vermilion mark on it. Similarly, altering the physical context also affects the artifact's value. To wit, compare the perceived value of a diamond ring being placed in a plastic thimble versus it being placed in a silk velvet case. Of course, the ultimate detachment device that we have perfected without actually requiring any physical detachment of the object from its context whatsoever is art. When the cave artists of Lascaux painted those significant horses and bulls, they transformed them into icons. It may be that the very bull that was recorded by the artist may have been slaughtered for its meat subsequently, but it's being captured in the painted form, enshrined. It is an artifact forever. The other ultimate detachment device that we use extensively is, of course, religion. Investing artifacts with symbolic significance, we transfer them from their original context, placing them on a stage of our own making, thus transforming ordinary object into icon and idol. In completion, I want to say that this is actually a picture of the courtyard in which the conflictorium exists, and that's Ahmedabad, the conflictorium in Ahmedabad on your right with the spire. In jurisprudence, evidence could be testimony, documentary, or physical that is presented to support an assertion, each more fragile than the other. These forms of evidence are conceptually sacrosanct, but are greatly compromised in practice. In the case of violence, the admissible evidence could be the testimony of a witness, a weapon of violence, or the body that endured the violence. All of these are increasingly vulnerable to manipulation or disappearance, of which we have seen various examples in the recent past. What then would be the role of the museum when we are in denial of our own amnesia? Can the museum offer itself to be the site of generative evidence that restores and reconstructs history, challenges the narratives of grandeur and antiquity of the dominant? To build historical temper, we would certainly need to prepare ourselves to make rigorous connections between the event of the past and their implications for the future. But to do so, we would first need to build evidence that is rooted in experience, however transient it may seem, of those who have been deliberately forgotten and erased, evidence which is rooted in experiences of denial and exclusion, of inequality and violence that may take the form of newer aesthetic practices, a materiality of the everyday, as well as a culture emanating from the collective memory of pain and anger. Thank you. I think I should just come and sit here.
Thank you for a lovely presentation, Avni. I was particularly struck by your concluding two submissions. One where you think that the museum is a site of denial of amnesia, and the second one, which was very, very beautiful, where there was shared poetry in the container and the contained. So poetry is a beautiful bridge, and poetry is one tool and one language which in a way binds, embalms, embeds pain, suffering, and conflict. So thank you very much for that presentation. This session is really about museum memory, empathy, and conflict. These are key words which I've used, strong words, and each one of them can have a discussion on its own. But I'm just going to ask you both one question each before I open it to the House, because I'm sure there are a lot of people who will want to ask questions. It has been a very intense kind of presentation where the artist is speaking about the soul of her work, and a museum creator has talked of the very emotions, the many emotions which are embedded in the space she has created. So Eva, what I wanted to really ask you was that, do you think that the painting that you create become or they embody empathy and memory?
Well, I know that my work actually comes from those experiences directly. It isn't an academic kind of investigation that I carry on. I basically, because I'm working organically. And as I carve, as I dig, as I peel off the paint, I see things, I'm reminded of things that I have experienced. And that is what I am bringing out. And whether it's pleasant or it's unpleasant, I still explore that. But it's a very personal kind of thing. And so I think it does embody it.
Thank you. So, Avni, would you like to just mention, because the kind of exhibitions and the 4 submissions that you made, they were diverse, they were heavily loaded, multi-layered, of course. I just want to understand that bit about how you brought in that shared space, which was very beautiful, an open space, an outdoor space, where the image itself showed deep amount of empathy. So could you just, develop that idea a little more?
I think the image that you're referring to is of Rutul band performing right outside the conflictorium. So the conflictorium is in an area called Mirzapur, which is in the old city in Ahmedabad. And that is actually the home of many brass bands, or what used to be brass bands who have now sort of become DJ bands, who are very, very popular. And they often rehearse their sort of gig just around. And if you are lucky, and when you come to the conflictorium, you will hear loud, jarring music, some of the most difficult music in terms of it's loaded with gender slurs, caste slurs, religious slurs, but you will hear it as a kind of celebratory kind of performance in some senses. Really the conflictorium was trying to figure out how are we going to have a conversation while we have a museum here that's talking about conflict and precisely some of these modalities of conversation inside, but we certainly don't want to be this kind of building that sort of is inward looking and is patting each other on each other's back saying you did great, and sort of really open the museum out and say what is this relationship. And we invited them to hold a kind of band off where all these various bands are playing and sort of one louder than the other. But we had a little workshop before that saying, what are the kinds of conversation we can really have through music? What is available to us? What is really, what feels pertinent to your present lives as band makers, music makers? And this was then a performance of some of that. And this is one example, but in a sense, the conflictorium's practice has been about producing that inside-outside space where the barricade or the yellow line or the glass box disappears somehow, sometimes actually, physically, sometimes notionally, conceptually, sometimes also through friendships built in the neighborhood. And that is what is afforded to a small museum like the conflictorium. That sometimes there is a ritual outside, and the community can come and borrow electricity from the museum, and that's very much part of the museum practicing in that sense. And I often think about where does the museum actually occur? Does the museum occur in the gallery of the museum, or actually does the museum occur in the storeroom, by the water cooler, by the toilets? Where does the museum really occur? And for us, I think it became very clear that the museum occurs everywhere else, and then the galleries.
So I think within a museum space, we are exploring different museum spaces of the outside in and the inside out. I see a lot of people here who come from the visual arts world, and I'm just wondering if you could want to ask a single artist and a single person who's worked with a community. इधर दीजिए, इनको माइक दीजिए.
No, what I understood, I have a very simple question. What you defined as conflictorium, what is the difference between this and open communal space? What you are talking is open communal space, where every day things happen, performed, regulated, shared. So what exactly is the difference between these two?
तो जब ये म्यूज़ियम खुल रहा था और हमारा बोर्ड बैठा था, उन्होंने 2 सवाल हमसे पूछे थे. नंबर 1, why are you calling yourself the conflictorium? Why don't you call yourself a museum of peace? ये सब conflict काम नहीं होता. So the conviction that we cannot talk about conflict, we cannot talk about peace before we get to conflict. The second one that we heard really often is, why don't you just call yourselves a center for art and conflict? ये भी ठीक ही है. And in that regard, the impulse came from 2 places, in the sense that intentionality came from 2 places. One is the recognition of legitimacy of narrative. That at this point of time, or maybe now 12, 15 years ago, that legitimacy of narrative seems to come from 2 places. Now there's a third space also, which is social media and media. But one was the textbook. Once it enters the textbooks, it's legitimate, or once it exists, the textbook, it's legitimate, or the museum, which became final authorities. In a sense, all we had available as civil society, in some senses, was that if we need legitimizing of other narratives, because there are so many narratives, and histories to tell, because we certainly have people's histories to tell, can the museum belong as a nomenclature to us? In traditional museums or state-run museums, the archive comes first, and then the museum is built. For us, the museum was built first, and then the archive got constructed as a result of the museum existing. So we also have a vast archive now of the last 15 years of work that's been going on with every artist, every piece of work, every sort of piece of submission, everything that has been collected over time, where people have left behind either objects or notes or feelings. These are absolutely real people, and it's happening in real historical time in that sense. So it's a good question, because that really formed a fundamental answering or an anxiety when we started.
Because we also hear a criticism, people are saying, why to create a museum? Let things be there. This community, it was found, some excavation took place in some interior village or in forest or something. Why you are bringing everything and putting it at one place? You are taking it away from that community, which, there's arguments like that. But it's very interesting. Thank you. Yeah, please.
No, my question is that would you say that a human body is also a continuous artifact? Because in different contexts it takes different meaning. What would you say to that? Our lives also are playing each day and becoming an artifact of one kind or the other.
To whom you are asking? To
Of
whom?
me, of me.
I find it slightly difficult to think of the human body per se as an artifact. For artifacts don't have intent on their own. Human beings are loaded with intentionality, with agency as well, to move and things.
But I understand your proposition to think of it as something that is representative of worlds and occurrences and histories that the body carries. Absolutely, like the body also carries phenomenal generational knowledge, for example, as much as maybe an artifact does. But I want to think of human beings as very powerful entities who can make and express themselves and change that expression and disagree with their own expression 10 years later. And so I find it hard to think of an artifact that could disagree with its own self. Right. I think there's one,
Myself Deepak Bakshi from Intech Bihar. आपने जो रायपुर का जो उदाहरण पेश किया, आपने वहाँ खोला मेहनत मंजिल. मेहनत मंजिल नाम है, उसके पीछे उद्देश्य क्या है?
हमने एक संस्था के साथ काम करना शुरू किया था जो 30 साल से एक समाज के साथ काम कर रही थी अहमदाबाद में. ये वो लोग थे जब अहमदाबाद में मिल बंद हुई थी, वो सारे बेरोज़गार हो गए थे और वहाँ से जो इनफॉर्मल लेबर या इनफॉर्मल इकोनॉमी की बात आती है, ये सारे लोग उस काम से जुड़े हुए हैं. एंड इन द प्रोसेस ऑफ वर्किंग विद and they celebrated and can they live with a certain kind of dignity. This was a concern that kept coming up. And generally क्या है कि अगर आप NGO वर्ल्ड से अगर जुड़े हुए हैं या संस्थाओं की दुनिया से जुड़े हुए हैं तो आपको पता है कि जब कोई संस्था 30 साल की होती है या 25 साल की होती है तो उनको या खुद पे एक फिल्म बनानी होती है या एक किताब लिखनी होती है. तो लकीली दिस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन सेड नहीं, हम म्यूज़ियम बनाएंगे, हम ना किताब ना फिल्म बनाएंगे. तो उन्होंने कॉन्फ्लिक्टोरियम को अप्रोच किया, पार्टली बिकॉज द कॉन्फ्लिक्टोरियम ऑल्सो बिकेम अ फ्रेम दैट वाज अवेलेबल फॉर अदर कम्युनिटी बेस्ड ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस टू से हाउ कैन वी टेल द स्टोरीज ऑफ द कम्युनिटीज दैट वी वर्क विद. तो वहाँ से ये बात शुरू ही हुई और मेहनत तो उसका मतलब सबसे बड़ा अंग जो इनफॉर्मल लेबर से जुड़े हैं वो तो उनका सबसे बड़ा गहना भी है एक तरीके से.
मैं बस उनका एक ऐड कर दूंगी जो मुझे इनसे समझ आया. इसमें मेहनत और दृष्टि दोनों है. जो आपने सवाल पूछा, दृष्टि तो है ही, 25 साल जिसने किया, मेहनत है, तो दोनों चीज़ का बहुत अच्छी तरीके से एक जुडिशियस बैलेंस है. और अगर दृष्टि नहीं है तो मेहनत कर्म में आ ही नहीं सकती. First him. He's been holding his hand longer. Sorry. Then yours. नहीं, पीछे. Sorry. I have to be fair. फिर आपका. And then we end. This is the second last question because everybody needs a tea break because the last session is going to be very, very exciting about music. तो थोड़ी चाय पी के आएंगे.
This question is to Avni ma'am. Ma'am, how more insightful as in terms of aesthetic practices, as you mentioned, in the context of to the subject. As we have gone through the images, and it seems like it's very conscious, insightful of the images if you think about aesthetic practices.
Okay, I'm going to try and answer this जितना मुझे समझ आया अभी तक. आप बैठे. अब हमारे लिए बहुत सवाल बहुत क्लियर है कि एस्थेटिक प्रैक्टिस क्या खुद ही से एस्थेटिक प्रैक्टिस है. इट्स फंडामेंटली जो पॉलिटिकल प्रैक्टिस है वहाँ से आप एस्थेटिक प्रैक्टिस डिराइव करते हैं. ये अंडरस्टैंडिंग म्यूज़ियम के लिए बहुत क्लियर थी.
So for example, when we were putting this museum together, we put a kind of condition for us to curate this museum, that every material that will be sourced within the museum will be sourced within a radius of 3.5 to 4 kilometers of the museum only. So we are in the old city, in a market city, where we have printers and material and fabricators and all kinds of things. So for example, when you saw that bus stop, that image of a bus stop, it was fabricated out of metal with these kind of plastic flowers that are rampant in this area in Mirzapur, because that's what is afforded and used heavily, and that's what enters the museum then. So aesthetic practice, do we borrow an aesthetic practice? You know, there were a bunch of designers working there, trained in some kind of Eurocentric design school for sure, but how do we shed all of this and say Helvetica is not necessarily the best typeface that will ever go into museum text, and say, where are we sitting and who are we speaking to? तो एस्थेटिक प्रैक्टिस तो हम जहाँ हैं, जो हम मानते हैं हमारी ऑडियंस हैं, एस्थेटिक प्रैक्टिस तो वहाँ से डेवलप होनी होगी और हमने कोशिश की.
First of all, greetings to all distinguished guests and dear audience. My name is Vivek Chandra, and my question is for Eva ma'am. Ma'am, you explained the importance of emotion and emotional attachment to understand art. But I'm a beginner to art forms. Can you please re-explain the importance of emotional attachment to understand art? Or do you think that without emotions or emotional capability to understand art, one cannot understand visual arts completely?
One cannot understand
visual arts completely if you don't have an emotional empathy. He's actually talking about empathy, emotional empathy.
Yes, well, you know, I just, I have a little trouble with the question about understanding. To me, it's not about understanding or analyzing, it's more about feeling. And I know that, you know, just to give you an example, when my husband and I first got married and bought our first home, we bought a bunch of beautiful posters, you know, of famous artists that we loved. And we had them all over the house and they looked lovely. And then one day, we framed some photographs that he had taken when we were still in law school together. And those photographs were small, and he developed them and we put them up. And I'll tell you something, the experience of seeing those photographs was so powerful that, you know, it didn't make any sense. I thought, why is it that I feel so much about the photographs, much more than I could ever feel about those posters, even though they were from major artists? And I think that feeling is something that cannot be explained with words. They can only be felt. And so it's a feeling to me. It's about feeling, and if you don't have that feeling, if a work of art does not transmit that feeling, it's dead on arrival. And so that's why I tell people, don't come into the gallery or to the museum with an expectation to understand it or to analyze it, or that you don't have enough information to experience it. It's not about that at all. It's about really emotionally responding to it, from my perspective. Now, I may be wrong. I think that, you know, there are very interesting academic subjects that are explored, certainly by conceptual art, and I've done that. But to me, those are intellectual questions that are probably left best to philosophers or to literature. To me, visual art is about a feeling, as you have towards music. Same kind of thing. You don't analyze it. You just feel it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Simply रस और भाव की बात है, और वो हम अगले सेशन में करेंगे. So we are giving you just half an hour, and we are going to be back for the music session at 4. So Chai. I'd just like to thank both the speakers, Eva and Avni. Thank you very much. Diverse, but yet came together very organically together. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll tell Ranveer to give you. You got your coupon? Milind, you got your coupon? You'll get it now. Aparna, you got your coupon for the dinner invite? Yeah. You got it? Pooja, you got your... no. Rekha, you got your dinner coupon? Dinner. रणवीर है कौन If you don't get it, come because they are just getting started. मेरा तो एक मेरे बैग में मुझे पकड़ा दिया था. Vikram, have you got your रात का dinner का thing? 13 circular. Yeah, 13 circular road. It is at his house. Yeah.
So we need that thing?
You don't need it. Just remember the house. It is 13 unlucky for some. Circular road. It's next to the CM house. You'll see a 140-year-old
Soy cosas de Pablo.
na rasteira do chão. Você não sabe.
कौन सा कनेक्ट देखा तो
ये बिहार टेस्ट छोड़ता है क्या वो?
और चेंज करोगे एडमिन कर एडमिन भी
डालिए
डालो ना बी कैपिटल बिहार लिखो ना और एम कैपिटल कर दो
एम कैपिटल
बिहार लिखे बाद एम कैपिटल कर दो और एट द रेट ऑफ
एम के बाद एट द रेट ऑफ
नहीं म्यूजियम पूरा लिखो बी कैपिटल
फिर इधर 25 ना
एट द रेट ऑफ 2025 हैश
ठीक है ना
हाँ ठीक है
इन्हीं ना कटेगा
ना
अरे
पूरा वीडियो तुमने शेयर कर दिया ना
सब तो रखे तो इसको हटाएंगे ना सर इससे थोड़ी रहेगा मैसेज आएगा टन टन वहाँ मरेगा किसी का आ गया मान लिया मैसेज तो बस तो हम लॉग आउट करेंगे इसको हटा देते हैं सर बंद कर देंगे
अभी बुलाऊंगी आपको गुलदस्ते मिलेंगे आपको कहाँ है रणबीर गुलदस्ते लेके सबको ऑनर करना है Good evening. We come to the closing session of the day. It began with the soul, and we are ending with the soul because to me, music is the soul of our existence. The Nad Brahma, the sound, was the first thing which started, and Shiva is associated with the Nad. This session is about music as a cross-cultural experience. And the session listens to the soundscapes of the global south across India, Argentina, and Ethiopia, where music also talks about memory, migration, and resistance. Mr. Nidish Tyagi will moderate the discussion, where Dr. Ajit Pradhan, a cardiac surgeon, Alejandro Lopez, and Atikit Atinafu Naramo, a diplomat from Ethiopia, will reflect on ways music transcends borders and carries the imprint of lived histories. This morning, we had Tim Curtis actually talk of the intangible heritage, and music is one of the greatest of intangible heritage of our living traditions. It becomes a language beyond words, a vessel of cultural memory, shaped by histories of colonization and freedom. Music carries with it the pulse of everyday life, the rhythm of life, of ritual, of protest, and through voices, rhythms, and storytellings, we trace how cultures connect across continents. I'll just give a small introduction of each of our very esteemed speakers, and while I will talk about them, I will request them to come on stage and take a token of appreciation from the Director General of the Bihar Museum, Shri Anjani Kumar Singh, who will actually exchange a living tradition from Patna, from Bihar, flowers made by the local craftspeople of the state. Nitish Tyagi, a seasoned journalist and senior editor. He works as a communication consultant. Anjani ji, aap aaiye inko. A communication consultant, and has co-founded India's first and only online newspaper called Abir Pothi, dedicated to art, architecture, and culture, with his fellow co-founder Ruby Jagrut from Ahmedabad. Earlier, he'd been a senior editor in Network 18, BBC World Service, Hindi, Times of India Group, the Tribune Trust, Dainik Bhaskar Group in Hindi and Gujarati, and Desh Bandhu. He has worked in Hindi, Gujarati, and English, and worked in 11 cities. He brings value as a media and communication expert, and is with experience and expertise in digital and regional language media. He's actually actively involved in the Editors Guild of India. He's a Hindi poet, besides the first Hindi writer of flash fiction. He has also invested in art, culture, and civic society issues. So I thought he would be the best person to actually interrogate all aspects, particularly of resistance and conflict, because when we think of the tango from Argentina, we think it's about romance, but it's about yearning, loss, memory. So Nitish is going to be talking a lot about the issues which are confronting music, like the black music of jazz, which was started in New Orleans. I'm really delighted to have with us Dr. Ajit Pradhan from Patna in Bihar, who is a distinguished cardiosurgeon based in Patna and has been a trailblazer in the medical field, pioneering open heart surgery and bypass surgery in erstwhile undivided Bihar. Everybody must be wondering, what is a surgeon doing? But he's a surgeon of the heart. And the heart is the center of rasa. So he's naturally the right person for that. He's the one who established the fully equipped modern cardiac hospital in Bihar, bringing cutting-edge cardiac care to an area that had been long lacked with such advanced medical infrastructure. He's a visionary and has commitment to many things in the landscape of healthcare, but I'm not going to be talking about that. I'm talking about the other hat that he wears, a wonderful hat where he blends his vision and his expertise in medicine with his deep and abiding passion for Hindustani classical music. And that is the hat he's going to be wearing this evening. He's the founder of the Navara School of Performing Arts, established with the vision of reviving and nurturing Bihar's cultural heritage through the promotion and preservation of Hindustani classical music and other performing arts. He's done a lot of work in promoting performing arts within Bihar and outside Bihar as well. And now to the young and handsome Alejandro Lopez, who's come all the way from Argentina and cannot stop buying scarves from the museum shop here. Anjani ji, you should be happy. He's spending his good amount of pesos in buying all the scarves from your lovely museum shop. He is getting a gift of same scarf, Oh my God, you're a lucky man. So now I think because he's really doing a lot of promotion of Argentinian music, so all what we demand from you, Alejandro, is that you wear our scarves and you talk about India and you talk about Patna. So Alejandro is a music professional and a cultural researcher from Buenos Aires, Argentina, currently based in Sao Paulo, in Brazil. So he is actually going to bring us about 2 countries. He's actually dividing his time, which is fantastic because Brazil with its Bahia and its all kinds of multicultural music is fantastic. With over a decade of experience in Latin American music industry, his work explores how sound can be a tool for storytelling, for identity, and cultural exchange. His practice spans publishing, licensing, production, and partnerships, always rooted in the social and emotional power of music. Now, I have to read a little bit about his background because he won't be able to talk so much about it, and I've told him not to. I've told him to play the music because that is all about feeling, as Eva Malhotra has said. You have to feel. So he will do the feeling. I'm just going to tell you the background because we are indeed lucky, and we have to thank Anjani Kumar Singh for getting him here, because when I told him I'm not getting a person from Brazil, he said, don't worry, I'm going to get you somebody from Argentina, and I was over the moon. So here he is, and what does he do? He works at Meta, supporting music publishers and independent artists across Latin America in developing creative strategies to amplify songs through digital culture and content creators. In parallel, he heads Cheto, a multicultural music collective focused on inclusion, experimentation, and reshaping how music is created and experienced across borders. In the past, Alejandro held executive production roles in music and advertising, working with global agencies and brands. He led creative and licensing processes, managed cross-continental teams, and helped bring regional music to the global stage through sync and storytelling. Andrea, I'm deeply grateful that you've got Alejandro here, because this is going to be the beginning of an important journey of music between Latin America and India, because he's a young man full of energy and he will build bridges. We are the old horses who guide young horses. A lifelong explorer of rhythm and context, Alejandro is especially interested in the sonic dialogue between Argentina and Brazil, from the raw energy of the cambia villera to the subversive groovers of baile funk, dango, and tropicalia. His work reflects a commitment to mapping the connections between genre, place, and movement. His cultural practice offers a bridge-building perspective connecting Latin America's layered musical identities and broader questions of migration, collaboration, and resonance across the global South. I'll have to trouble Anjani ji once again because his other resource is sitting right here, Atikit Atinafu Naramo, a dynamic diplomat with expertise in political analysis, particularly in the Horn of Africa and international relations. He has a strong background in political economy, foreign policy, and geopolitics, and is recognized as a media personality and a high-level organizer. Atikit holds a bachelor's degree in political science and international relations with dual master's degree in African and Asian studies and diplomacy. He currently serves as a second secretary at the Ethiopian Embassy in Delhi, accredited to Nepal, Bhutan, Thailand, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka. Mr. Naramo, being a diplomat, is having to bear a very, very strong legacy and a hat today. Because what happened was, we last minute had a storyteller from South Africa not getting, or there was some confusion, though we'd written visa on arrival. So I knew that there was a big Ethiopian contingent here, and Ethiopia, in many ways, is a bowl of culture, another bowl of culture from Africa, with the Coptic church, with the music, with so many things. Because he's from the media, Mr. Naramo is now going to show us some very exciting things from Ethiopia, and then we actually have
the whole global south with us. Latin America, India, Africa. And Nidish will take care of the rest of the Oceania, the Portuguese, the Dutch. He'll do the rest. So we have, you know, a new word which we are listening a lot today, multi-layering. So there is going to be a huge amount of multi-layering, multi-nuanced thing today, and we are really looking forward to this session. It's going to set and conclude with a beautiful tap rhythm dance at the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pande, for such an elaborate introduction. Thanks, Anjani ji, for thinking about this, and it's a great event and meeting some great people. So, first thing first. So when Alessandro told me that he's from Brazil and Argentina, I opened my YouTube and showed it to him, a Despacito sung in Hindi. So this is the one-line intro of what we are talking about, that how the digitized world has actually kind of connected the whole world, which has led to lots of dissemination of music, but maybe some other issues with it which might be coming with it. As Dr. Pande was saying that music is, and as Kundera also said, by the way, Milan Kundera said the same thing, that music, there are only two food for the soul, which is one is music and one is poetry, but poetry has words. So music is so fluid, and it really transcends almost everywhere, and that we can relate to. So I was just thinking when I was given this subject that we are going to talk about, and so I was thinking that when did the human being first hear music? When it would be like first time the music came from where? Then I thought it were birds, and birds were crossing continents, and birds were bringing music from everywhere, and that's how we started probably imitating, making those kind of sounds, and then the sounds, they became musical, and then we kind of got there. So traveling was probably part of music, I think, since the beginning, and then we can see it in so many case studies. When we see from Bihar, Buddhism went from here. It is the largest export from India to the world. And with Buddhism, the chants went out and people started chanting. And then that has become like almost everywhere you will find some Buddhist, footballers, scientists, you will find politicians talking about Buddhism, and they're all chanting, which started from Bihar probably. And then we had the second round of migrations which happened, was like this indentured labor, the girmitiyas, we call them, and then they landed up in various places. One of the most interesting was the Caribbeans, where the blacks and mostly people from UP and Bihar, they kind of landed there. And they went through some amazing kind of changes because they crossed the sea, and then some of them lost their caste, and all of that also happened. They got excommunicated from their root, from their in the religion. But then they carried the traditions, they carried the music. The music was also like in a kind of collaborative fusion way. It kind of became chutney music, and if you have seen this movie Gangs of Wasseypur, you can see that how the same music was, it completes the loop, that it comes back to the our own Bollywood. We can see a similar kind of lots of hybridization and fusion happening in Punjabi music. As it becomes more and more global, we see it almost everywhere. It has become like the food, like the dance, like the culture. It has become an integral part of almost everywhere in the Western world, popular world especially. So then I was thinking about, there are two kinds of music. One is the pure music, And there are people which talk about pure music, and then there's the music for the poor. The poor people are migrants. They are needy people. They travel. They were enslaved. They were subjugated, and the only thing they had to document, to carry their culture, to keep their inheritance was probably music, because there were no objects to carry in those ships where they were starving. They were going through lots of sufferings. The only thing which from the origins and the culture, even the suffering, all of that struggle. And Caribbean was a great place because both continents actually kind of met there and also made each other's music their own in some way and kept their own music. So that was the other thing I thought about. The other thing was there were three kinds of music collaboration, which is like across time. So about 120 years old when the first recording would have happened. Before that, there was one set of music which was traveling with actual people. Gypsies from Rajasthan to Spain, through this whole Poland and this CIS countries. I mean, you see gypsies everywhere, and they have a similar strain of music. And if some of you have gone to Riff in Jodhpur, you would have seen that how uncanny similarities they carry, how diverse they are, and how they are connected by the beats and the rhythms of the way they play it, and the algorithm of it in their mind, which is so, they are so tuned to it, in fact. And this is like a stream of spaces we are talking about through geographies. Sufism was another thing from 11th to 16th century, we see it from Haji Ali Shah in Mumbai to Nizamuddin to Ajmer to Afghanistan, Balkh. Rumi was born in Afghanistan in Balkh, all of Pakistan, Iran, then it ends up to Turkey. So that's again a kind of a huge musical, if you see the whole, if somebody just starts recording it from here to, Turkey, you will find such a great dance music happening just through the strain of Sufism. And then of course, we had our own in India with our diversity and differences. The Bhakti poetry itself was very musical, and it's like songs of revolution, songs of love, songs of people who could not enter into temple, but then they kind of made their own music, sung their own prayers, and made a very different kind of music, which probably is far more popular compared to the pure music. I also was lucky to translate T.M. Krishna's book, Sebastian and Sons, in Hindi, which is about the mridang makers and the mridang players. The mridang players are upper caste, tamrams, and the mridang makers are the cobblers. I mean, people who work with leather and go and skin hide from the cows and goats. A good mridang will have a cow hide in it, and then, so it's a very socio-cultural kind of a mapping which he has done. It's a great book to read, to understand not just the mridang and the beat of it, but also the caste equations and how they changed over the years, as we kind of see how those mridang makers were eventually allowed to or welcome to the houses of mridang players because they needed it on a very regular supply. And then they kind of, they gave them room in their own houses to kind of keep repairing and upgrading their mridang. And mridang became a very serious ingredient of their music making. The other thing which I thought was that when do we play music? I mean, I think everywhere in the world, wherever the harvest comes, people play music. So this is that universal, that diverse, that geographically different from each other country. In our own country, you can see there are so many harvest festivals with different kind of rituals, but each will have their own songs and music around it, and then again is a kind of a continuity. And then, as we see, I mean, the global south is all about migrants, slaves, indentured. Now we see lots of refugees, and we see people in exile who kind of just carry their roots, their country, their mulk, their belongings in the tunes they remember and they got from their parents or their forefathers or their community, and which keeps, and they keep humming it back to themselves just to retain that the country which they had, and they are not there physically anymore. I will start with Aniket, because that's where the music probably started, because that's where the humanities started from, Africa. So I'll start from him. Each of our panelists can speak for about 8-10 minutes, and then we'll have a subjective discussion around it, and then we can come to the Q&A, just to wrap it in good time and keep it tight and interesting. Thank you so much. Aniket, yes, yours. Yeah.
Namaskar. Good to see you all here. It's my pleasure to be here, and my team also here from Ethiopia, artists and the curator, designers. Thanks to Anil, Kumar ji. I have been here before 6 months to talk about and discuss about this biennale. And I saw it very fantastic. Now, yesterday and today.
A country that is also known.
So, it's a huge achievement. We can do it. So, it's a great achievement for Patna, Bihar, and for us to be here. Before my presentation, I went to give you this highlight, because the whole my presentation cover about this country and how Ethiopia ran the Pan-Africanism and how Pan-Africanism come to the reality for entire Africa and the black people. So whenever I go, I want to display this video, because it gives some highlight about which country is Ethiopia really, what Ethiopia did for entire Africa, and how African people became emancipate their freedom because of initiation of the Ethiopian, the former leader. So we will take only 5 minutes, and I will back to my presentation. Thank you so much. Please.
As the land of origins and the world's oldest civilization, the symbol of African independence, the birthplace of coffee, and the running nation, Ethiopia is now emerging as one of the top investment destinations on the African continent. From the Afar Depression, where a river dies in a chain of salt lakes, some 120 meters below sea level, to the windy heights of Ras Dashen, at 4.5 kilometers above sea level, Ethiopia is naturally endowed with a unique climatic condition that's ideal for a varied stream of productive investments. Ethiopia, the second most populous country in Africa with more than 60% young, cultured, and trainable workforce, is implementing an economic development strategy that prioritizes the role of the private sector in the economy and invites the participation of more foreign direct investment in public-private partnership. Ethiopia has now modernized its investment regime, streamlined and digitized its investment regulations, offering attractive investment climate with excellent returns in any investment projects, maintaining professional service. The strategic geopolitical location, having a unique proximity to the various markets like North and Latin America, the European Union, Asia, the Middle East, and the African continent, making Ethiopia a trading gateway. Ethiopia is the most influential country in the social, political, and economic circles of Africa, contributing the largest peacekeeping force in the continent. The capital city, Addis Ababa, which means New Flower, is the third diplomatic capital in the world, hosting most of the influential conversations that shape the role of Africa globally. sustainably implementing climate-resilient green economic development path, the country is actively working towards building a clean energy infrastructure, leveraging its huge potential in wind, solar, geothermal, and hydropower sources. One of the most ambitious projects in this sector, the Grand Renaissance Dam, which is near completion, will become the biggest hydroelectric dam in Africa. To fuel the high-speed industrialization, Ethiopia has developed more than 30 public and private geographically diversified industrial ecosystems in the form of the National Network of Industrial Parks, creating conducive business operation climate for investors. These industrial parks are equipped with efficient and effective services facilities, such as one-stop service, fire brigade, healthcare facility, technology-backed security systems, and state-of-the-art industrial wastewater treatment plants. Further, the parks have full access to road, air, and railway transport systems for expedited import and export logistical needs. Ethiopia is also developing an agro-industrial park infrastructure to support the development of inclusive and sustainable agricultural value chain that enables commercial farmers to join the attractive investment landscape and contribute significantly to the structural transformation of the economy. Coffee is not only discovered in Ethiopia, but is very much part of its culture. Ethiopia's quality certified producers are one of the major foreign currency drivers for the country. The world's #1 forest coffee is enjoyed globally and forms the backbone of the economy, contributing as much as 34% of the total export earnings. Home to 13 UNESCO registered World Heritage Sites, 10 endemic animals, over 800 bird life, 86 different nationalities. Together with incredibly beautiful landforms, Ethiopia presents a road-less travel tourist destination with great potential to invest and expand the travel industry. Ethiopia has a mining pedigree as old as its existence, and the sector offers a huge potential for investment. Rich, untapped, and vast resources such as gold, gemstones, tantalum, potash, iron ore, and various industrial and rare earth metals, energy, and construction minerals, providing a great investment opportunity. Ethiopia also has a huge potential for natural gas and petroleum development in some regions of the country, which complements the low-carbon energy infrastructure. Ethiopia puts ICT investment at the heart of the country's economic growth. An ICT park together with a national digital strategy development to provide a suitable ICT ecosystem for equipment and services investments. The best airline on the continent and the spirit of Africa, Ethiopian Airlines is a member of the Star Alliance Group and has been gracing the blue skies for the past 75 years. Ethiopian Airlines links global business leaders and goods from well over 127 passenger and 58 cargo destinations in 5 continents, with a fleet of 130 modern aircraft. The aforementioned developments, together with the signing of multiple free trade agreements, such as AGOA, COMESA, IGAD, EU EBA, and AFCFTA, continues to make Ethiopia an attractive new age investment destination. Come, let's have coffee and discuss how you can be part of this great investment opportunity. It's time to invest in.
Thank you so much. Now you will have a little bit understanding about Ethiopia. So sometimes we call it the land of origin, so that this video is important for our overall understanding before my presentation. Now I can continue the topic that given for us, and we will proceed accordingly. Thanks to our moderator, a lot of things has been taken. Now I don't want to explain anything more. I would like to dive to the topic, the power of music as a cross-cultural experience in Ethiopia, Africa, Caribbean countries, and India in the fighting against colonization and the fighting for freedom. how the music used as a tool, an instrument to assure freedom for the nations. And we will see from historical perspective, from the African context, from globally, how the music serves as an instrument for fighting for freedom and emancipate the identity, the concern, the intention of one society, one nation. We will see from anthropological perspective and in all dimensions. So music sometimes is described as universal language, which means everyone, those who cannot speak the language of certain nation, he can understand the concept, the content of the music, because music is universal language for everyone. It's difficult for Indian people to speak about music because thanks to Bollywood and different media industry, your presence is a lot in the world. Somehow, from the historical perspective, music is like greater unitary, an incredible force, something that people differ on everything and anything else can have in a common, which means we may have a different race, different color, different religion. Despite those all difference, because of music, we understand, we engage, we enjoy it, we entertain music, because the way how it expresses, it touch our emotion, our interest, it matters. This presentation explores the transformative power of music as a tool for resistance and decolonization, and the means of assert cultural diversity in Ethiopia and Africa. Especially, I will mention one certain stories during this colonial era, the African country, how they used reggae music as a part of, to bring entire African together. Most of you will understand the Jamaican musician. He played a great role. Maybe when time allows, we will see what he did and how this musical tool, the music as an instrument, mobilized entire Africa to become united. All right. Thank you. All right, that's great. So the transformative perspective of music as a power, music possesses a unique capacity to evoke emotion of everyone. Maybe musicians, they will speak a lot. Forge connection, catalyze social change, and its power stems from the ability. Regarding this, how it can unify and divide the nation or the certain group, music can create a collective identity, which means here if I open Indian music, everyone can act, can show anything, like maybe it's a kind of happiness, enjoyment, or kind of, because the music touches beyond the religion, beyond identity, beyond race, beyond political affiliation, beyond religion. That's the power of music. And it can also divide the people, divide the group of nation. It can divide the group of family, even though. It can inspire and transform certain nation. Throughout history, protest songs have served as a powerful tool for activism. In Africa, for your surprising, in South Africa and Kenya, when they went to demonstrate in political issues, they came up with an amazing dance of the nation. Even ladies, when they went to complain for husband, they come up with an amazing music and they dance on the street. That's the way how they express their emotion. Regarding this motivating action, musical therapy has also gained recognition of the therapy benefits, which means people in a sad, people in a bad mood, they went to search the music, the kind of arts that they want to see and listen. Then they will get psychotherapy. Maybe here is a neurologist, he can speak a lot. create memories. Music often tied specific memories and emotion, making a powerful medium for personal reflection of nostalgia. The cultural significance of music is a dynamic, shaped by factors such as race, gender, class, geography, technology, and innovation. One thing in Africa, especially East Africa, we have like the same language, the same culture, the same tribe of society who live in different geography. Thanks to these colonizers, they impact the East African region and they divide for differently. Let's say in Somalia and Eritrea, in Djibouti, Sudan, those people who live in a different country, they are also living in Ethiopia. We speak the same language, we have the same culture. Even though this political demarcation separates them, because of the language and the music, we have the same feeling. Because of a cultural affiliation, we feel the same thing for certain issues. The Sudanese musician, the Sudanese dancers, they have a lot of fans in Ethiopia. The same thing in Eritrea and Sudan, Kenya, the same thing. That's how music is beyond territory. Music is beyond geography. Now we can say it's a universal language. Let me come to the specific point that I want to raise here, and maybe it will be a good takeaway for both of us. Let's say the context of Africa has used music as a tool of freedom, fighting instruments, reggae music. You can check your phone, you can search on it. Reggae music, hopefully most of you know him, Bob Marley. Africa Unite, I don't have a good sound. I don't want to say more. You can check it. He speaks a lot about African Union. Our former fathers, Imperial Haile Selassie, different leaders, Uhuru Kenyatta from Kenya, from South Africa, from Ghana, they fight for African unity because of this Berlin Conference, 1855, all of you remember. Scrambling to Africa, the Western scrambled to, because of this industrial revolution, they went to divide and rule Africa. And Africa became under control of Western power, like it happened in India. Then, after a long time fighting, thanks to our fathers, they came together. Ethiopia played a great role. As you know, Ethiopia is not a colonized country. Most of you remember the Battle of Adwa. We fight with Italy. They try to occupy for a 5 year. We call it occupation period. Liberia and Ethiopia was not colonized, but they fight for the freedom of entire African countries. And this reggae music, it came to a good tool for fighting freedom and decolonizing the country. Reggae music, deeply intertwined with the Rastafarian movement, emerged as a powerful voice for Pan-African ideas. Particularly in Jamaica, Rastafarian emphasized return to Africa. Pan-Africa, all African must return to Africa. It's a kind of movement. We live in a spiritual homeland and a symbol of liberation of people of African descent. Reggae music carries message of unity, black pride, struggle for freedom, reflecting teaching of key figures like Haile Selassie and Marcus Garvey. What's a Rastafarian? Rastafarian is a like black nationalist Pan-African movement that emerged in the 1913. As a response of British colonial rule and white supremacy, it's a purpose to uplift black people socially, politically, spiritually, culturally, and economically. So Rastafarian focus on liberating minds of black individuals who have been historically subjugated by the colonizers. Now we can understand how music as a tool of fighting for freedom. Reggae as a vehicle of resistance, it's used. Reggae music has become global phenomena, often serving as introduction to Rastafarian for many roots. Reggae expresses the theme of black liberation, cultural identity, spiritual notable songs such as Bormali, Rastafarian, emphasize call for the repatriation to Africa, reflecting Rastafarian core tenets. In the UK, during the Wendrish era 1948, Caribbean immigrants faced significant racism and hostility. Many turned to Rastafari as a means of protest and against systematic racism. The same fighting happened in the UK, and they won it among users and activists remain influential, used as a Rastafarian movement as a tool for the freedom. The life of this our Imperial Haile Selassie during within Nehru, they fight for non-alignment movement. It's a part of it. In a history, Haile Selassie, pivotal figure of African history, symbolized the resistance of colonial rule and the quest for independence. His contribution include founding the Organization of African Union, supporting Nelson Mandela during apartheid in South Africa. In the same way, Rastafarian reggae music, it was part of the fighting for freedom. So that when we understand the music as a tool of, as an instrument of fighting tool, as a tool for assuring the freedom of certain nation, is a tool, is a weapon. We diplomats call it soft power, everyone. Thank you for attention. We will address something based on your question and answer.
No, because I'm talking, and while I talk, can you? Yeah. Yeah, it's here it is. Well, hello everyone. My name is Alejandro Lepes. Thank you, Dr. Alka Pande, for having me, director to this wonderful biennale. I want to start briefly assessing the historical origins of some Latin American genres and their social and cultural, racial impacts throughout history. Particularly in Brazil and Argentina, two colonized countries with shared past, pretty complex, if you may. The interrelation between them is shaped by their geographical proximity, but also they have lots of contrasts and similarities. Both colonized Brazil by the Portuguese, Argentina by the Spaniards. And these colonizers, they not only brought calamities, but also their own musical culture. Jesuit missions did this first strategically as a way to make more seductive what they were doing with the colonies. So this colonial exploitation ended up being more appealing and enduring thanks to music. This European music tradition, when mixed with the culture of indigenous people and Afro-descendant enslaved people, ended up being what is known as the folkloric music of both countries. And later, they would become what is now called popular music in both countries. We can see the introduction of some of this cultural, of this music culture, European music culture, sorry, genres and instruments, and one of them can be the accordion. I want to play this song. It's called chamamé. It's pretty common both in Brazil and Argentina, and you will feel what I'm saying about the accordion. I'll play a little bit of everything through my talk. Thank you for that. Pretty much the accordion features and a lot of common music. This is chamamé. It's an old folkloric rhythm. It's both from Brazil and Argentina. But you can feel, you can see the accordion playing in lots of contemporary genres, and in Billboard Hot 100 ranking, you can still have music with accordion playing right now, which be on the top of Spotify on any playlist that you will find. My goal here is not to burden you with historical facts, but briefly illustrate you on how these instruments and genres introduced by the colonizers were sometimes appropriated and reinterpreted by the masses, and they made it their own and created what is now known as popular music. The thing with this appropriation, it comes with a way of reinterpreting it, but also to subvert the meaning of what this music used to be. It used to be a weapon of colonization, of exploration, but now the masses will subvert the meaning of it and fight this Eurocentric moral imposed into them. The interaction between these morals and the constant rising voices and sounds in the popular music landscape and the industrial side of music has never been strictly binary, but it was a complex relation between them. However, if we want to begin to understand this disruption, we can consider these new genres almost always regarded with white conservative morals as minor, explicit, unholy, uninspired, and detrimental to society, and as a direct confrontation to them. It is worth mentioning that since its foundation, the music and entertainment industries understood this and always find a way to benefit from this interaction. The music industry, led by white men, had the slickness to appropriate the talent of black racialized suburban artists and strip them off under music of their contestatory essence, turn it into a more palatable good to be pleasing to a wider audience. Brazil's slave-owning tradition is one of the most barbaric and predominant in Latin America, as the country that had the largest number of trafficked enslaved people in the region and was one of the last countries to abolish it in 1888. During that period, the master would prohibit the enslaved people to participate in sports and in fights. This is why they developed capoeira. Capoeira was a form of resistance and self-defense. Enslaved people need to hide or disguise their learning and practice of capoeira. Of course, it wasn't for the benefit of the master having enslaved people trained in martial arts. So they would sing and clap around them to pretend they were dancing. They weren't. They were fighting. This came the embryo of the current ginga. Ginga is the typical step, the balancing for the capoeira that you can find. I want to share a video of capoeira real quick with you. This is a classic capoeira song.
Vieram três pra bater no negro, vieram três pra bater no negro. Trouxeram faca, porreiro e bacão, trouxeram faca, porreiro e bacão. Você não sabe o que pode fazer o negro, você não sabe o que pode fazer o negro. Troca as mãos pelos pés, troca as mãos pelos pés, troca as mãos pelos pés, troca as mãos pelos pés. Tapa na cara, rasteira no chão, tapa na cara, rasteira no chão. Você não sabe o que pode fazer o negro, você não sabe o que pode fazer o negro. Troca as mãos pelos pés, troca as mãos pelos pés, troca as mãos pelos pés, troca as mãos pelos pés.
Capoeira is still practiced today in many areas of Brazil. And you can see and hear, in what we just heard, the traditional instruments, the berimbau and atabaque. I want to use this as a set to talk about how these key instruments and symbols of resistance, they remain present in the popular music nowadays in Brazil, which is largely produced by impoverished masses and racialized masses that lives in the slums, also called favelas. Brazilian funk dances started in the 70s in the favelas of Rio de Janeiro as a space for the black community to gather and celebrate. Initially known as Black Rio, this new cultural phenomenon featured funk and soul records brought from the US by black artists like James Brown, Aretha Franklin, and many others. This new cultural movement was seen as a form of confrontation by the ruling military dictatorship and the white elites, and they weren't wrong. Each weekend, millions of black youths inspired by the US civil rights movement would attend these parties, which served as a safe space to embrace their curly hair, their fashion, and to take pride in their racial identity, fostering a sense of black awareness. Eventually, through the years, these bailes changed their shape and form, but not their spirit. And in the 80s, following other music trends, the DJs playing started to sample beats from the hip-hop subgenre known as Miami bass, which was very popular during that time. Here, different artists, in order to make the music more Brazilian, started incorporating local MCs rapping in Portuguese, bringing day-to-day subjects of the life in the favela, including sex, crime, drugs, and adding local sounds to the samples. Sounds like the berimbau and atabaque we just listened. See? Different periods of time, different genres, but some things are always still the same. The local white conservative elite persecutes and condemns black cultural expressions. We can think of this as another form of aesthetic racism in music and colonized bias. Eurocentric and white aesthetics standards in music are imposed, marginalizing and devaluing local genres. It is common to hear music influencers talk about the superiority and nobility of classic music, which is often biasly compared to funk. This differentiation brings a sense of spiritual elevation to those who promote it, and inherently diminishes the human nature of those who take part in the production or simply enjoy funk. The sexual component of the funk subgenre putaria is one of the most controversial among these discussions. In a capitalist society like ours, impoverished groups are more exposed to sexually explicit content. Professor Jorge Leite Jr., in his book Das Maravilhas y Prodigios Sexuais, a Pornografia Bizarra como Entretenimento, describes that in 2005, while the upper classes in Brazil had access to erotic literature, with books costing up to $30, the middle class in Brazil would consume the Playboy magazine, costing around $2, while the working class would consume the Total magazine, which a price approximately of 50 cents, and being the most explicit and filthy of them all. In this case, the difference between erotism and porn is merely mercantile. Each social class historically has consumed this type of content, but the content consumed by the lower classes is often considered obscene and perverted, related to the erotic material consumed by the higher classes. And music, this is no exception. The lower classes are the ones that often criticize dominant values when it comes to sex. The relation each social class has with sex actually speaks of the political structure of its society. Sorry about that. To better illustrate this, Norbert Elias, in his book, The Established and the Outsiders, People Consider Inferior, have a tendency to break taboos that superior people are trained to respect since childhood. This disrespect of said taboos, therefore, is a sign of social inferiority, and frequently hurts deeply the sense of good taste and decency and morals of the socially superior, triggering among them anger, disgust, and disdain. Tango and samba, the most historically representative genres of Argentina and Brazil respectively, initially provoked the same aversion that funk produces nowadays among the white bourgeoisie, long before becoming part of UNESCO's list of intangible cultural heritage. Both of them become part of a cultural widening process. In her book, Modernidades Primitivas, Tango, Samba y Nación, PhD Florencia Garramuño explains this more clearly. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, tango and samba were seen by the white elite not as cultural expressions to be celebrated, but as signs of a national decay. Labeled primitive, both genres were associated with Afro-descendant populations, criminality, and sexual deviance. In Brazil, Rui Barbosa, then minister, condemned samba's causing the corta jaca dance in the Senate, calling it the lowest, most vulgar, most grotesque of all savage dances. Ironically, he enjoyed these same rhythms in the bohemian saloons of Rio. This contradiction speaks to a broader ambivalence. While popular music was embraced as a private entertainment, it was rejected as a symbol of the nation. In Argentina, a satirical poem published in the magazine PBT in 1913 mocked how tango, once denounced as barbaric, was now being accepted by the elites who had previously scorned it. Though, this was only after its success in Paris. Let them dance the tango where it was born, in the Congo. The poem says sarcastically, pointing to its African roots, while ridiculing the need for foreign validation before local recognition. Over time, both genres were absorbed into national identity. But this didn't happen naturally. Through a series of cultural operations, stylistic refinement, aesthetic codification, and historical rewriting, tango and samba were symbolically cleansed and rebranded. As Garramuño points out, the shift from viewing these genres as foreign and threatening to claiming them as national treasures involved aligning them with Eurocentric ideals of modernity, respectability, and whiteness. Everything seems to indicate that we are now witnessing a new cycle of the same process. Once again, musical expressions born in the margins, like funk, reggaeton, cumbia villera, are criminalized and dismissed as vulgar or threatening, only to later be rebranded, aestheticized, and monetized by the very institutions and audiences that once rejected them. Thank you.
पटना की तारीखी सरजमी पर, am I audible? पटना की तारीखी सरजमी पर जहाँ सदियों से अदब, शायरी और रक़्स व मौसीकी की अजीम रवायत रही है, मैं बड़े फ़ख्र मसर्रत के साथ आप तमाम इल्म व अदब के आफ्ताब व महताब का इस खूबसूरत महफिल में तहे दिल से इस्तकबाल करता हूँ. For the sake of my co-panelists and the people who do not, in the audience, do not follow Hindi, let me translate it to you. On the historic soil of Patna, where for centuries has flourished the great tradition of literature and poetry, and of dance and music, it is with great pride and joy that I extend my heartfelt welcome to all of you shining beacons of knowledge and art in this beautiful gathering. Warm welcome to my co-panelists, Mr. Atiket, Mr. Alejandro Lopez from my dream place, Argentina, Mr. Nidhish Tyagi. I must congratulate Ms. Alka Pande and the incomparable and peerless Shri Anjani Kumar Singh and his team for this beautiful festival. The story of Hindustani classical music is not merely a tale of melodies and modes. It's the soul song of a civilization, a river of sound flowing from the depths of time, carrying the breath of sages and the hush of temples. Its origin lies in the Vedas, where the cosmos was heard as Nad Brahma, the sound of the essence of existence. It is said that Naad ko na bhed paave. Naad ko na bhed paave, jo paave, wahi sakal mein, wahi guni kahaye. Gawat guni gandharv, dhyan karat rishi muni. Gawat guni gandharv, dhyan karat rishi muni. Dvait ko advait roop naad bhed kar dikhave. So it means for you that the one thing that distinguishes the Dvait, from the dualism from non-dualism, is the Naad, the celestial song, the song on which is the Naad Brahma. That's this. The Samved sang this truth, chanted the hymns shaping the first melodies known to the mankind. It started there. The sage Narad, son of Brahma, strummed his celestial veena as the winds danced across its strings and the ragas was born. Mr. Nidhish Tyagi was talking about birds. Actually, the story goes that under the wondrous tale there was this mythical bird by the name of Moshikar or Dipak Lata. This is a long beak with 7 holes in it, each singing a note, a raga, tied to a time and season. So what happened? This bird would keep singing according to time and raga, and each notes would be produced by raga. After some time, the bird realized that it's already 1,000 years old. It was started dancing in ecstasy. It danced so much, it sang all the songs that it had created. By the time it reached Rag Deepak, there was flame everywhere. And the bird was reduced to ashes. From the ashes emerged the egg. And that was another Deepak Lata. And so it continued, and so did the raga. Finally, the raga continued, the bird became extinct, and that the raga was born. It was by 500 CC before Christ, when Panini had inscribed music into language, and Bharat Muni's Natya Shastra, as you must be knowing, laid the foundation for Indian musical theory, the 7 notes, the 3 octaves, and the 22 Shrutis. The Bhagavad Gita extolled the divine power of music. The Anugita, which you know is actually an annex of the Bhagavad Gita, around the same time, 500 CC, that it was written, paradoxically condemned music, a sign of how refined and independent this art had become. Hindustani music spread to faraway places as early as 1st century BC, when monks and musicians carried Indian music across the Silk Road to Khotan, Kapisha, which is also known as Kafristan, and China. The Indian Kuchi people around the Silk Road, they were Indians, okay, famed for their artistry, captivated Chinese court. A musician by the name of Sujip introduced the sargams to the Chinese empress. And today, Chinese notes still echo our own Pan Chen for Pancham and Sa Li Cha for Shadaj. That's what we call it, Shadaj. It's still there. During the Song dynasty, Indian Kuchian musician held sway in the Chinese court. There's a tale of, at the Chinese emperor invitation, the Indian kings, they sent 8 ships with 80 musicians, each bearer of sound of sacred story. Persia, Arabia, and Greece, too, were greatly influenced by Hindustani music. Behram Ghor, the emperor of Persia, having heard tales of Hindu musicians, invited 10,000 Lurian musicians from Hindustan. The influence of Hindustani music and Persian music is apparent from the fact that several Persian parads is actually melody, you can, something akin to our rag. Persian parads carries resemblance to our Hindustani rags, like the Persian parad. Rahan is very similar to Dev Gandhar. And the parad Shahnaz has a strong resemblance to Rag Kedar. At the same time, there is a school which says that one of our most popular rag, Rag Yaman, was actually came in from Persia. It was a gift from one of the emperor of Persia on a full blue moon to one of the Indian princes. And it got transformed into Yaman. And then the Arabian melodies, like ours, followed the time scale. Rahavi, the Arabian melody, like our rag Lalit at the dawn, Hussaini in the morning, Iraqi at the noon, and so on, echoing our Prahar system. Even the Greeks, as Alan Danlu noted, incorporated Indian quarter tones, which you call murchana, and even if you who study music would understand what murchana is. Actually, they incorporated murchana into the musical scale. Swami Abhedanand reminded us that India knew the 7-note scale centuries before it reached the West. Thus, Hindu music, the origin of all music, crept into Persia, flowed into Greece, then across the sands of Arabia, until it circled back to India, its place of birth, merging into the parent rag stream to form the rich confluence, what we now call as the Hindustani classical music. This was in the 13th century. During that time, the medieval courts became the sanctuaries of sound. Amir Khusro, recognized as the father of Khyal system, also introduced Persian instruments like sitar and tabla. Tansen in Akbar's court called down monsoons with Megh Malhar, lit lamps with Deepak, and composed rags like Darbari and Miyan Ki Todi, rags which we still cherish today. After Amir Khusro, two names deserve special mention who contributed to popularizing and laying strong foundation for the Hindustani classical music. The first one was Muhammad and Hussain Sharki. They were the sultans of Jaunpur, a great patron of art, but they knew music themselves. Rag Jaunpuri actually was created by them. And the famous song, Chum Chananana Bichua Baje, which was immortalized by Kishori Amonkar, was actually written by one of these sultans. And the next one was the last Mughal emperor, Muhammad Shah Rangile, and his court musicians, Sadarang and Adarang. The learned Fakirullah in Aurangzeb's court, unlike what people say that Aurangzeb courts banned music, it's absolutely incorrect. That's a different topic. I'll talk about it for hours later. The learned Fakirullah in the Aurangzeb's court documented cross-cultural influence of music in his treatise on Hindustani music, in his celebrated book, Tarzumane Manakatullah and Risale Rag Darpan. I proudly possess a copy of this rare book, which I have it myself. The Sufis, with their devotional tendency, further popularized music. Qazi Hadimuddin of Nagaur, a leading Sufi, was admitted to the royal court of Sultan Iltutmish, and the Chishti order gave music a religious sanction. Such a rich Hindustani music with such a glorious past nearly vanished under the British rule, dismissed as semi-barbarous, robbed of all its patronage. It was saved by two giants, Pandit Divi Paluskar and Pandit Vishnu Narayan Bhatkande, who revived, codified, and passed it on. In the 20th century, this music took flight once again. Artists like Uday Shankar and Bisoi Ram Gopal in 1930, and Ustad Vilayat Khan somewhere around 1950 when he played in front of King George VI, followed by Ali Akbar Khan, Pandit Ravi Shankar, brought Indian music to the West, aided by organizations like Asian Music Circle in London. Ravi Shankar's sitar found harmony with George Harrison's guitar. Actually, George Harrison learned sitar from Ravi Shankar, and in this iconic song, which actually from which actually the rock raga started, the Norwegian Wood, written by John Lennon, and George Harrison was actually playing the sitar for it. They asked Pandit Ravi Shankar, how should we go about it? Pandit Ravi Shankar went through the lyrics, and having read the lyrics, he said, I think we should tune it to Pahari. And he gave the tunes in Pahari. Let me elaborate on the tune of Pahari. So he said, Pa dha pa ma ga re ma ga sa dha ni dha pa. And the song went, I once had a girl, or should I say, she once had me. Again, pa dha pa ma ga re ma ga sa dha ni dha pa. And rock raga was born. In 1968, more sitars were sold in the West than in India or in the Asia combined. Western luminaries, Yehudi Menuhin, Philip Glass, John Coltrane, John McLaughlin, Gustav Holst, and Dave Brubeck all drew deeply from the well of Indian music. Shakti, with John McLaughlin, Zakir Hussain, L. Shankar, melded East and West in a sound that transcended both. L. Subramaniam and Hari Prasad Chaurasia carried the flame into the orchestras and beyond. ये हमारी संगीत जो है, इसकी खुशबू सारे जहां को मुहत्तर करती है. ये सरहद से बिल्कुल अलग हवाओं के साथ चलती चलती रहती है. ये समझ में आए तब भी और ना समझ में आए तब भी दिल को खुशबू और रूह को लज्जत बख्शती है. और ये कोई भी तर्जुमा के लिए मोहताज नहीं है. And as we speak, you were talking about music being a universal language. Pandit Okarnath Thakur, a great Hindustani vocalist, is said to have sung Rag Purvi, which is supposed to put people to sleep. People are sleeping without me singing Purvi right now, though. And Pandit Okarnath Thakur actually sang Rag Purvi to Mussolini and lulled the sleepless dictator into slumber. And yet, some of my friends asked me to turn off Hindustani classical music after a couple of minutes of my playing it. So Longfellow, like you, believed that music was a universal language of mankind. Bernard Shaw Riley noted, it may be, but it's spoken with all kinds of accents. Music isn't a language. It carries no fixed meaning. Its beauty lies in ambiguity. What evokes tranquility in one culture may mean sorrow in another. For example, the Christmas carol actually set to minor, and minor is supposed to be sorrow. If you read the notes of, anyway. So the scales, tonalities, and the aesthetics of music are deeply rooted in the cultural context of the listener. Thus, the idea of music as a universal language, as poetic as it may sound, remains a beautiful myth. It's a language that transcends words, but it still carries the accent of the homeland. फर्क जो कुछ भी है वो मुतरिब में है और साज में है. फर्क जो कुछ भी है वो मुतरिब में है और साज में है, वरना हर नगमा वही पर्दाए आवाज में है. Which means that whatever the difference is, it's between the singer and the instrument. Otherwise, behind that veil of sound, it's the same music everywhere. And I'd like to end with this message. Let our children grow up with Bhairavi and Beethoven, piano and harmonium, kora and khayal. Let instruments from every culture, from your mabira to mridangam, from bansuri to kanun, speak to one another. Let us recognize music is not just a cultural artifact. It's a bridge. It connects continents. It defies borders. It sustains memories. It births new futures. And let's together reclaim the power of music as a language of freedom, ritual, resistance, and hope. Shukriya. Thank you. Gracias. Dhanyavad.
So Dr. Ajit actually has some issue at his home. His mother is not well, so that's what. So we too are there. So, Alessandro, I want to talk to you about the collaborative thing. That so once the music meets, like so much of music from Africa has come, and then we have seen this whole all of the jazz which has improvised, and it's becoming more of a New York, Harlem, New Orleans kind of a thing. So similarly, how do you see that the Latin music coming to the midst in the West, and then how collaborating music between from where it originated, and then it became something more globalized in the process.
It's on. Okay. So how do I see collaboration among different migration, like different countries people that migrate from country to country? Well, that's an interesting question. I don't know where to start, to be honest. I can think. Well, I started saying about how colonizers brought some rhythms, instruments, and music culture to our South, to Latin America, and people embrace it and mix it what they already what they were doing at the time to create something popular and actually that subverted that meaning. I believe in black music, what I see, and I think it has to do with this, there's a clear correlation between jazz, hip hop, tango, samba, all black music, and how it has this contestatory content, right? Sometimes you see reggae musicians collaborate with rappers. You see, and this is something that is increasing more and more in Latin America. You will see pop artists from Brazil and Argentina collaborating more. Funk music, the beats from funk music are being used in Argentinian RKT, which is a derivative from cumbia. So I believe it's not only the collaboration, it's the taking elements because they feel so natural, and even if it's not on spoken word, you can feel that it's people that just want to have fun, want to dance. They have hard lives. They don't have it. They don't have it easy, but they want to dance. They want to be happy, and they take whatever they hear, and they take it as they embrace it.
Yeah.
So I believe the collaboration, it comes with feeling and not even understanding. It doesn't have to be like a language thing, or you don't have to plan it. You don't have to say, hey guys, we're going to collaborate on this. I mean, it's so easy to have samples from different types of music, and you can hear it.
So I grew up in Chhattisgarh, and it was next to Odisha, and the Odisha part was Sambalpur, which was mostly drought prone those days, and though lots of local people were migrating, and they were migrating to Chhattisgarh as well. So one of the songs which I grew up in my childhood was Rongobati, and we keep hearing it over, and it's like it's a love song and a dance number. It's like largely by poor migrant drought prone people who are like going everywhere, and then 30 years later the song has been stolen, copied, repurposed in 8 languages now, and somebody in Africa also sings that song when you see it on YouTube. So the other question was this, that how has digital in last 30 years actually changed the music escape of our collective mind? Because those gaps are not there. You know, when we were pre-recording, the people had to physically go somewhere and take the music. Then we had those LP records and cassettes and CDs and then hard drives, and now this whole onslaught of YouTube and Spotify. So how has that changed the this subject of crossing this experience, the cultural experience of music? Because you are also part of Meta, so I think you'll be able to enlighten us better.
I think it's important to say I'm not a representative of Meta right now.
He's not officially representing Meta,
no,
but he has the insight, so which he can tell us about.
Yeah, I believe what the digitalization of music brought, it's I don't want to use this word because it's been used so much, democratization, and I don't want to use it, but I think it made music more accessible to a lot of people. Of course, from my professional experience, what I try to do every time is to try to help songwriters, producers, and everyone involved in the music business to have a saying, for them to their rights to be respected, to be paid fairly. I think there's always going to be this exchange of music because, I mean, first it comes the technology and then how you control it. And this is something we're seeing more and more. I believe it helped a lot of people that wanted to produce or wanted to create music without even having to, like, learning how to play an instrument. So the sampling, the first drum machines, what they brought was like everyone can do music and you can do it in your own room. And I think it has to be amazing. For me it is. And I don't know where things are going, and I'm not a fortune teller. Someone said this earlier today. But I know there's a lot of people like concerned about like AI taking the place of musicians and producers and composers, but that's not going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen. Because people, at the end of the day, music is about connecting with people. I know it might sound a bit cliche, but it's connecting with people. And when you see your favorite artist live, that no computer can do that. So I think it's an interesting subject, and I don't know if I have many answers. I have more questions, so to be honest.
One of the thing was also about between global south and the west is how this whole IP and licensing and the creative license were used against people from global south. And so whenever it's like from top to down, the ruling class and everywhere else, then it kind of imposes its lots of terms and conditions. But when it comes from bottoms up, when it comes from migrant, poor, labor, slaves, whatever creativity they had was not acknowledged. It was never given any, IP, or their rights they were never given their recognition and rewards for that.
I think that's common industry practice, or it was at the beginning of the recording industry. And I don't think it only had to do with the global south, because you can have that in the States. People will say, okay, well, I'm co-writing this song because I'm part of the studio, and they don't have the expertise to write a song, and they will appear as a co-author of any composition. Of course, I believe that in the early days of the recording, I mean, again, first the things happen, and then we figure out what to do with them. And I think when the first records started, like who owns this? Well, it's popular music. Like who wrote it? I think it's the difference between like oral tradition and that happens or that happened a lot in black music, right? So this gospel anthems, or I'm thinking of like the blues, like sometimes like who's the author? Well, they're folkloric songs. Who wrote them? It's impossible to know. But yeah, I think yeah, sometimes the music industry is hard to navigate, and when you do, it's best to do it honest people, people that have your back, and I don't want to say don't trust anyone. That
So
sounds awful.
one of the
but I mean, it's not like don't trust anyone, but just make sure who you have around you.
So one of the book which is written called "The Rest Is Noise" by Alex Ross. He's a New Yorker columnist.
Oh yeah.
And he wrote that before the recording, I mean, how the recording industry changed music in a way that after the recording industry came up, people became too perfectionist. Before that, it was more of a community act that people will listen to you live and then they will interact with you, and then the music can meander as the way people are responding to your music. But when they started doing it in the studio, it became very perfectionist and also mostly performed without the audience. So that's again a kind of a handicap while making music. So in this case, because this was less of an individual thing than more of a collective thing, that because most of the people who were migrants, gypsies, Sufis, people who are slaves, so it was more of a collective thing for them. It was not an individual group of people who are making that music. It was the collective which was the music was coming and emerging from, and therefore this earlier days were different about music, where IPs were like not so much talked about, and then it kind of started coming in as the recording industry happened, and now it's so digital, so that happened. The other thing about, probably we should talk about, we are not got much from you, but then how do you see this this experiment which happened in the Caribbean about the Indians and blacks reaching out there and creating their own collaborative music?
Thank you again. It's a great pleasure here. Very resourceful, richful Bihar with a diverse culture. Now we are talking about music, and I will come to your point. Sometimes music is not like only instrument part. The culture, the lyrics, the emotion, the civilization of society, it matters. So when people explain their emotion, explain their civilization through music, we get the whole understanding of what does it mean, really, music. Regarding this South-South cooperation and Global South Caribbean issue, currently under BRICS, there is one part of this culture and the music part of it. Hopefully next year, India is going to host this huge new emerging organization that bringing those developing countries to take the stage of a global arena. What I heard about, around 100 art and cultural delegation will coming from my country also to visit here in India to think about how they can cooperate and work on this industry. Basically, institutionalizing such kind of interest, civilization of the society is very basic. Society to society, they have the same civilization, understanding, and the knowledge on certain areas. Let's say the Ethiopian culture and the Indian culture, beliefs, religion, is more interlinked. But if we cannot institutionalize it, we cannot get such image of, let's say a lot of, some of Ethiopian singers, they sing both Hindu, they understand the language, they sing the music of the Indians. Because of this Bollywood, as I have said earlier, the movie, it played a great role.
Yeah.
That's the way how the Indian civilization is explained in the art industry. In the same way, these Caribbean countries, Global South, they will come together. The government sometimes take the initiative. Sometimes also those who is passionate, like my brother, they can take the advantage of the inclination of society, the vibe, the feeling of society that they feel on certain issues. They can bring it together and it can be framed in a good manner.
Thank you. So we are open to Q&As if there are any to the panelists or Anybody has any questions? It's already 1.5 hours, so we'll.
So thank you for this panel, all of you. It was very informative and very resonant, actually. We've talked about being migrant all the time, and I have a small tale to talk about. So I have a background in arts and activism, and I want to say that I came into activism and thought about the arts with Fela Kuti, you know, when I first heard the music of Fela Kuti. And I was very young, and I think 21 in New York, and there were no bars and there were no discotheques that would play Indian music of any sort. The only ones that played something that resembled Indian music was the Soka Chutney bars in Queens. And so there was this restaurant called Sounds of Brazil, and every Thursday, which was the day when most people would be, it was a work week and no one would go, they would move all the tables away and there would be bhangra played and there would be hip hop played. And because, and I think long before the term Global South came about, what really happened was a renaissance of cultures coming together. That's really how the Global South and the idea of South Asian identity or global identity kind of came about from there. So Mutiny was, so one Sounds of Brazil, the restaurant, would have these bhangra parties, and that became a regular thing, and more people started coming. It became, first it was a monthly feature, then it became a weekly feature, and then twice in a week they would have, and then every year there would be artists from all across pan diaspora, you know, from London, from South Africa, from even Ethiopia. There would be a lot of people who would gather together, and some of the biggest names in music, in popular music, in electronic music today, came from this party that used to happen every Thursday night at Sounds of Brazil. And some of the biggest names like Anushka Shankar, for example, would play with Karsh Kale. I don't know if you know these names, but some of the most classical Indian music was reinterpreted by a Turkish DJ called Chebi Saba, who was very famous. Some of the best baul production of folk music was actually done by Peter Gabriel's world record music. So there's been this history of constant, and the name of the party was called Mutiny, where it was a place where everyone would get together outside, you know, hip hop, chutney soca, Fela Kuti music, Afrobeat, Latin jazz, everything just came together. So this is a very, very long conversation. It was wonderful to hear strains of it everywhere. And I hope that the next time that we talk about classical music, I'd love to hear, like Alejandro said, this whole divide between classical and what is considered sanitized or not, you know, because that's a whole other story. And then also talking about sort of feminist issues around that, because as we know, after colonization, a lot of the classical arts in India were sanitized to kind of bring a renaissance about to them. And what did we lose in the process and what did we gain? You know, I think that's a really interesting conversation as well. And also apparently very resonant with other cultures. So, yeah, so.
And I believe that this is a well-thought project of widening, and I think in a way it takes the humanity of the people that produce this music, and I mean the industry will find a way to make it more palatable, and again it'll become mainstream. We're not that far away from. So, yeah. It is, you know. Yeah.
Examples of a time in the 70s when India would borrow very heavily from Western music. And I remember a time when Missy Elliott started sampling from, Bollywood music. And before that, there were a bunch of hip hop producers and singers who sampled without having to pay and got into a lot of legal trouble, which made Universal Records and a lot of them start paying for sampling, including my dear friend Asha Putli's music and Bappi Lahiri's music. I'm sure you didn't know.
And it's also about, yeah. No, but it's because of digital, the other good thing, I mean, besides the noise and the shrill and all that, it also has given lots of chances to, very new indigenous talent, which we don't have to go to Mumbai to struggle or find a label in Calcutta or, yeah, the Coke Studio. So Coke Studio is a great example. So even so I don't know if it's okay to talk about Pakistan here. No, but it was banned. The Coke Studio was, YouTube was banned in Pakistan. Even then, their Coke had better viewership and likes than Coke Studio India, because, and here was not banned. But it sort of talks about the whole cross-cultural, the musical experience, in fact.
I have to say something. You said that it's already mainstream. I agree with that, but I believe that we're in the middle of a process. Because I think that when it comes fully mainstream, is the people, you still have people trying to make a living. I believe that there's, I believe there's a cultural and, like, I'm trying to find the words to say this, but there's an honesty on people that, they put they put bread on the table while making music. They have this cultural honesty about what they do and they produce, and you still have people, racialized people, people from the favelas. They're still producing this music, so it's not just it's still organic in a way, and because they're trying to make money and they're trying to make a living. And it's mainstream because it is consumed mainstream. But that also, I mean, eventually funk will become like, I don't know if that's the case, but it could become a piece of a museum. I know we're in a museum, but with music, I think it's different because when music comes into a museum, it's like jazz, it's redefined by the white elite, and they think they rediscovered it. It's been there every time, and you just have to be, more. You need to accept it in the right time. So I don't think there's a value, an intellectual value of just going back and say, oh, have you listened to this funk, even though it's detrimental or I don't know, it slurs at whatever. So during that time you were listening to something else and you were criticizing it and you were hating you were hating it. So I still believe we're in that process of, particularly with funk and with cumbia villera and with reggaeton, more and more is being stripped off of its origins and what they were supposed to be. But and it's not like people, they need to make a living, and I'm happy in my professional experience to be able to support the people that, they pay the bills doing music. So I'm super happy to be by their side, and whoever wants to consume it and pay a ticket to see an artist, I'm there, and I'm happy that that's happening. But there's also people producing new music saying, using what they already know, what's already there, the samples that are there, and creating something different. Of course, like I see it for myself, like sometimes I grow old and I don't understand some of the new music. I try to keep an open head, an open mind every time. And I think that's an exercise. I think as a listener, as a consumer, you have to be a good one, like at least have some good faith when, just keep an open mind, approach a record or a song like the first time. Just don't go with any prejudice. Don't be prejudiced about music, and try to understand. Like even if you cannot understand it, try to respect a different reality, because at the end of the day, who are we to judge what the other person is writing about, dancing, how people feel the way they feel? Who we are to do that? I cannot do it. So I hope, I don't know.
So
no one can.
That's it. That's it. Thank you so much. Thank you, the Alejandro and Alankit.
Thank you.
Ji saab chale gaye, but thanks to him as well. Thanks, Dr. Pande, and Bihar Museum for this great event. Thank you so much. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. She also had to thank.
I want to just thank the panel, Alejandro, I have to say the word right, Atiket Naramo, Nadish, definitely, Dr. Pradhan, his mother is really unwell, and all of you who've sat through the long day for being such a wonderful audience, because though discussions are on, it's very important for the sharing also to happen, and I know all of you will carry something, and this will lead to bigger dialogues, to some more exchanges. So thank you very much. Tomorrow we'll start at 11, and we have 3 sessions, and we'll end at 6. Tomorrow there's a very interesting session on the creative feminine. Then there is a session on mass shamans and magic. And the last one is on, Rashmi, what is my last session? Shamans, creative feminine, and yes, the most important, which is the architecture panel, where living heritage becomes a source of transference and movement. So we've got people from India, we've got from Sri Lanka, and Parnat from Thailand. Kun Parnat, where is she? Yeah, there you are. So we are going to be looking through the epics, the movement of India through the epics, through the Ramayana. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello. Please join us in the amphitheater for the cultural program after that. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Please join us. Cultural program. It's a dance program.